Ah, of course. The answer's boobs. The answer's been staring me right in my face. The answer is boobs. Yes, I'm making a reference to the very start of the game, back in episode 1. Obviously, yes. Shannon was going to kill everybody. Or not. I don't know. Who knows? Honestly, every interpretation, because same thing with Higurashi. But you can also interpret a lot of stuff that's covered up with her death at the end, more so protecting Angie and protecting Battler. Because at the end of the day, if you can spin a bunch of fantastical tales, and you can, especially if you look at, now of course there were ulterior motives as well, but I feel it's also worth noting that Shannon, through the guise of Beatrice, was able to play the role of villain, to give someone for Battler to hate to a degree, to blame for everyone dying. Because at the end of the day, it'd be less painful for him than coming to terms with the villains being Rudolph and Kyrie, which would actually be a much more harsh psychological thing for him and Angie. But if Shannon can give him the Golden Witch to blame for everyone's deaths, then in the eyes of Battler and Angie, Kyrie and Rudolph could remain pure, untainted, innocent people who were loving parents and never did anything wrong. That being said, I am thinking a bit on the start of the entire Umineko series. Like, one of the first interactions we saw of Battler was him wanting to fondle Shannon's boobies. And it makes me think, you know what? That's a good way to ask someone if they forgive you. Fondle their breasts. And everyone's like, sounds like terrible advice. And I'm like, obviously, in a vacuum, this advice would suck. You know, I would expect anyone to listen to this to, one, use common sense, and everything's its own time and place. After all, Odysseus said in the 1997 The Odyssey starring Armand Desante, it's easy to be angry, but to be angry at the right time, the right person for the right reason, that's difficult. Basically, that in of itself, anger, even violence, are not bad. But to just be angry or violent for anything is easy and lacks maturity. It lacks strength of every kind, and it lacks intelligence. But there are times where both anger and violence are good. However, I don't know if you should be getting your advice on this from a random YouTuber. Just some crazy guy on the internet who talks to himself. But I feel both that and the advice that I'm giving are good. At least, I think so. Allow me to explain. First off, when it comes to Odysseus, I'll let him speak for himself. Granted, I know there's a new version of the Odyssey or something coming out at some point, like a couple weeks or something, sometime in July. But honestly, it looks terrible. But there was a version of the Odyssey. It was 3 hours long. Came out in 1997, and it was one of the best movies ever made. Granted, I also say the original Batman vs. Superman movie with Ben Affleck and Henry Cavill. That's a great movie. The original Broly movie that's got Pantera's tens for Broly's transformation scene. Heck, I still say the original seasons of Baki the Grappler when it first was an anime. Those were good. I liked those. Thought those were the best still. Don't get me wrong, I still want more, but at this point, what's the next arc going to be? Aliens? Like, well, what is Yujiro going to fight? Like, what is left that you can do in the world of Baki? I know right now we're having a Jack Hanma arc, which that's cool. Don't get me wrong, that's cool, but at this point, I mean, what's going to happen is, are aliens going to land and Yujiro's going to fight aliens? Or is it going to be robots? Is it going to be like, are we going to see like the Tekken fighters in it because he's going to be part of the Tekken game? So is Tekken going to be part of the Baki manga? Is like Mega Man going to show up with a Buster Cannon? Are we going to have wizard battles? Wizard battles! You know, like, you're just going to see like some guy and he's like, or how? Or we're going to start seeing like, you guys remember Magic the Gathering or Dungeons and Dragons? Are we going to see Yujiro versus a Tarask? And everyone's like, Lunar, you're getting very distracted. Like, yeah. Let's talk about movies. You guys ever watch Schindler's List? It reminds me of a College Humor thing. There was a Nicolas Cage. It's a joke about like what if Nicolas Cage made a remake where he was Schindler, but it's a martial arts movies. Schindler's Fist. Everyone's like, that's a terrible joke. I know. That's the point of the sketch comedy. There's also the guy who's like, he's supposed to be Nicolas Cage's. I'm like, I know. He's like, I'm sorry, Gary. I just like being in movies. I'm sorry, Gary. I just like being in movies. This is my Nicolas Cage. I don't know if this sounds like Nicolas Cage. Oh, really? I do think Nicolas Cage is a good actor. I don't know if I remember before Keanu Reeves was cast as Shadow the Hedgehog. Before there was a Shadow the Hedgehog for the new Sonic movie. Now, don't be wrong. I think Keanu Reeves did a great job. And I think Keanu Reeves was the best Shadow the Hedgehog possible. But honestly, the thought had never occurred to me that they would get Keanu Reeves to play Shadow the Hedgehog. Honestly, I think back then I was thinking that they probably weren't going to make any more. But apparently there's a Sonic 4 movie coming out at some point. I have no idea what to expect on that. But I wasn't sure if they're going to have any more. I don't even know if the second one was out by then. But I don't think I thought a third one was coming. Isn't there supposed to be a Matrix 5 at some point? But it's just, I made a video saying maybe we should have like Nicolas Cage as Shadow the Hedgehog, the voice of Shadow the Hedgehog. Then again, I was also saying like we should have a new Ben Affleck Batman movie, but with like 13 villains. Yes, I'm making a reference to the Toby, you know, the guy who played the monk character from that detective show, but he was in a movie called 13 Ghosts. But I'm like, it's this making thing like, hey, we should have like 13 villains. And it's like, it's still a Batman movie, but there's 13 villains. Now, I don't know who the main villain would be, but like the side villain in there, you guys remember Jeff Dunham, the ventriloquist? He could be, you know, Batman the Animated Series, you know, Scarface, you know, the ventriloquist character. I was thinking maybe Jeff Dunham could do that. Imagine Jeff Dunham, you know, operating Scarface the puppet, fighting Ben Affleck Batman. Then again, we'd also bring back Jared Leto as the Joker, and we'd have Willem Dafoe play the anti-villain, the Reaper, which is kind of like Frank Castle in a way. Which, I think I've seen a new trailer with the new Spider-Man movie. Seeing Frank Castle part, like, that's interesting. I think that's been kind of interesting. But what was I talking about? What? Give me a moment. I'll remember what we were talking about. Batman. All right. You'd have 13. Willem Dafoe would play the Reaper, and he'd be the Reaper villain, and he'd be fighting the Joker. So obviously you'd have some interaction between the Joker and Batman at some point, but eventually you'd have a fight between Willem Dafoe and Jared Leto, where Willem Dafoe is just beating the shit out of Jared Leto. I don't know. Would you guys go to a movie to watch Willem Dafoe beat up Jared Leto? I don't know if that's a... But you'd have like a bunch of villains in there. I don't know if we could like bring Arnold Schwarzenegger back as Mr. Freeze again. I mean, I don't know if Arnold Schwarzenegger would do that. Like, if he would want to. I mean, I think it would be cool. Granted, he would be an older Mr. Freeze at this point. But I think it'd be interesting to bring Arnold Schwarzenegger back as Mr. Freeze. We were talking about something. Right, boobs. I like boobs. Boobs are nice. But, right. Anyway, as far as the Odysseus thing, I think it's good advice to say that in of itself, anger is not a bad thing. There is no bad emotion. All emotions are good emotions. But each of them have their time and place. Each of them exists for a reason. In of itself, and what I mean by there's no bad emotion is that feeling any different type of emotion in regards to anything doesn't necessarily make you a bad person. Now, obviously, extreme sadness is not pleasant. So in that regard, you could call it a bad feeling because, well, it makes you sad. It's a bad feeling. But at the same time, you know, it'd be better to do that than, say, feel absolute apathy or depression, as well as, like, you wouldn't want to, you know, just not be able to have emotions. But at the same time, like, okay, that's a whole separate gamut there. What I'm talking about is, it doesn't make you a bad person to feel anger. It's what you do with it that matters. And at the end of the day is this. Feeling it, they're in of itself, there's nothing wrong with feeling anger or expressing anger. And in of itself, violence can be a good thing. But it is something that is a test of strength, maturity, and intelligence to be able to decide on when it's a good thing. You should, like, when it comes to things like anger, you should have self-control. You should be able to control and suppress it and not use it if it's a bad thing to use. However, there are times where anger is the justified response. Like, heck, in the Bible, there's so many times that God, as well as many other people, are angry, and it's a justified, righteous, wrathful anger. Like at the end, when Odysseus kills all the people that were on his island, in his land, as well as, during the things of the war, or even Achilles when he was fighting. I'm pretty sure Achilles used a bit of anger to his advantage there. There's probably a better way to explain this. Main point is this. In of itself, anger is not bad, but you have to know when it's appropriate to use it. Simply put is this. To be angry is easy, but to be angry under the right circumstances and to use that anger in the correct way, in a way that is either you could see it as moral or as a way that is even if we go purely self-serving, in the way that is in your best interest. Whether it be in terms of honor or survival. Sometimes being angry is, something you would need in a fight if you're fighting for survival. And sometimes It's perfectly... It honestly would be wrong if you weren't angry at certain things. But at the same time, it's your choice. I mean, of course, obviously be mindful of any sort of laws or anything in whatever country or, era you live in. I'm sure the laws in Greece back then were very different than they are now. My point being is this. Watch the movie The Odyssey, the one from 1997, starring Armand Assante. It's one of the best movies ever made. It is 3 hours long. I think it is great. And listen to Odysseus for yourself. That there's a time and a place. Like, to be angry is easy, but to be angry at the right person for the right reason at the right time, that is difficult. So, my best advice on that is just watch the movie. But, as far as what I'm saying, obviously, again, there's a right time, a right place, and a right reason, circumstance, to use this advice. And everyone's like, where does the advice, you ask someone if they've given, you ask someone if they have forgiven you by fondling their breasts, by fondling their titties, by playing with their tits. And it's like, everyone's like, how does, obviously, I'm not saying do that to anyone that would be weird or inappropriate to. However, I feel like I'm using this statement to make a point. And it's not just that I would like fondling titties, though I imagine I'm not the only one who feels that way. No, I'm referring to the early part of Game 1, where Battler was going to play with Shannon's tits. Now, obviously, he got punched in the face by Jessica before that occurred, so that he never got the chance. Though at the same time, they're not real. So, I mean, imagine if he had actually had the chance there, if it would have, been a bit of a conversation that would have came up at that point, which could have, averted the massacre. But the main point is this. Shannon, from very early on, was very much in love with Battler. It's part of one of the main triggers of what causes all of this to happen, because it is a huge emotional thing for her. She very much loves Battler, and though at this point she has started dating George, and she's expecting him to propose to her. Though technically at this point, Battler does not know about Shannon and George. And of course, an author can write a story however they want, but again, I'm going by the cat box too. You can interpret the story however you want, and you can even write up your own scenarios for, heck, any of you could also write your own scenarios about how the, murder mystery would unfold. Heck, you guys ever watch the Clue movie with Tim Curry? That is a great movie. I think it's a good movie. It also has a guy who played Fester. He's like Dr. Plum, Professor Plum. But there's a Colonel Custard. It's like a movie from the 80s or something. It's a good movie. Tim Curry's funny. But the point of my comment is this. When Battler went to go fondle her titties, she was happy about it. Not only did she absolutely, she literally just went up to him, made it as easy as possible, and was smiling and gave every indication of, that it was absolutely something she absolutely wanted him to do. Now, of course, everyone will have different interpretations of that, but I feel like she did everything short of just giving him a permission slip form for a field trip to her titties. But thankfully, I don't think people require legal documentation to be oh, it's Do you want a pizza? Well, no. You have to sign for a pizza at Domino's now. My point being is this. Her reaction to Battler wanting to play with her tits. Again, there is a very convoluted story to this story where all of these people have done terrible, horrible things. Except Leon. I think Leon's fine. But I mean, this guy used to like steal from the US government and did stuff in the black market. This person's done shit. This person beats her child. This person has split personalities and schizophrenia. This person raped a bunch of people. This person switched his multiple women that he was fucking dead, switched their babies. So Battler is Kyrie's biological son, but you know, got another woman pregnant and they both have kids the same day and he swapped the babies. So technically her baby lived, but he swapped Battler with the dead baby of the other woman. You threw a baby off a cliff. You have been scamming people. You've been scamming people. You've been a 9-year-old left alone talking to a stuffed animal because your mom beats you and abandons you all the time. Not her fault, though. I just feel like that's me trying to say Rosa's a jerk. But... and of course, Shannon is Beatrice. Shannon is Leon. Shannon is Canon. Shannon is Claire. Shannon is Sayo Yasuda. Probably several other people too. I don't know. We're looking at Tyler Durden right here. And given the circumstances, I really don't blame Shannon for being very, well, suicidal when it comes to everything. And very angry at everyone else for being assholes. It's like you find out like all these terrible things about Kenzo, and also that this woman was supposed to be your adoptive mother, but then threw you off a fucking cliff. And then it gets worse from there. And also, again, I feel like she, to a degree, is playing the role as Beatrice up as much of a villain as possible. One, because a bit of a flair for the dramatic. You know, it's more like, was Shakespeare a serial killer? No. But he liked being creative with stories, and he liked playing roles in a thing. So, it's kind of like Edgar Allan Poe. Edgar Allan Poe, good person. But he expressed himself through very dark writings. It's kind of like me. I enjoy playing Grand Theft Auto and games like that. I'm looking forward to Halo Campaign Evolved when it comes out. But I'm also a person who, for the most part, I try to live my life as a pacifist. I've never killed anyone, and I've only ever hurt anybody in self-defense. In general, I don't really like confrontation or fighting. I enjoy watching fighting animes, but you know, it's like I enjoy playing a lot of FPS games, but I have no interest in shooting anyone. I do have an interest in playing an FPS game like Trepang, and then just being as silly as possible with it, and perhaps getting a laugh out of you guys. I'll put a link in the description to it, where it's just like, you know, I'm being silly, and it's like, okay, this should get a laugh out of you guys. It's kind of like I played Super Meat Boy. I cussed the fuck out of it, but I enjoyed the game. I enjoyed it. You know, I was cussing at it. But it's just like, the main point is this. If there is somebody that there is reason for you and the other person to both have romantic interests in each other, the simple thing is this. You ask the person if they have forgiven you by fondling their breasts. What does that mean? Simple. If somebody fucking hates you, or doesn't forgive you for something, or you know, doesn't like you in that way or has no romantic interest in you, well, if you go to fondle their tits, they will punch you in the face. And they will be very angry with you. So in the situation, like say if someone has not forgiven you, or they do not like you like that, they will be very, very extremely angry with you. Very offended even. They would perhaps slap or punch you. Maybe even press charges against you. However, if the person is extremely happy about it, and is like presenting their tits and moving closer to you with their arms behind their back, literally trying to make it as easy as possible so that they can like push them out as much as possible, smiling and basically nodding yes, 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 I'm pretty sure that person likes you. Like at this point, it's more so we've gone from me saying something that sounds like a very creepy statement that seems weird and odd to someone basically being very autistic about stating an obvious trait of, you know, a woman giving signals that they like you. I'm just saying this. If a woman, or anyone for that matter, wants you to play with their tits, they like you. Everyone's like, yeah, of course. Duh. And again, yeah, of course. It's the most obvious thing in the world. I feel like even the most clueless person in the world would get that instantly. Like, I feel like no matter who you are, no matter what lack of social skills you have, no matter how anything you could ever be, I don't think there's anyone alive who would miss that signal ever. I don't think the person who would miss that signal has been born. I don't think such a person has ever existed in the human race. Because the point is this. If a person is angry at you for something, if they haven't forgiven you for something, if they don't like you, they're not going to let you play with their boobs. And they're going to be very angry at you. But if a person lets you play with their boobs and is very happy about that, then it means they like you. And it means they've forgiven you for whatever it was. So, my point being is that at that moment, after like, because obviously Jessica punched him, and honestly, you know, I feel like George definitely couldn't have been blamed if he had kicked Battler too, but I feel like a good way to reconcile this with the way I'm saying, like, I would say I'd view the story. Because again, an author can write the story however they want, but as a fan, I can enjoy the story however I want. Now, of course, the author has the final say in what they say the actual official interpretation of everything it is, and that's fine. They're the author. They can do that. But also, I can just enjoy the story however I want. Heck, I still want more Higurashi, and I feel like whenever I do finish this, I'll want more of this. But at some point, there's really nothing more to add to the story. My point is, 1, by Shannon wanting Battler to play with her tits, obviously it shows that Shannon still actually really loves Battler, and that it is not something, like, she has not stopped having feelings for him. But I feel like the way I'm going to interpret this is as Battler, while not being a bit of a player like his dad, does have a very We'll go if he has a very smart mind to ask a question in a very indirect way. By that I mean this. Let's say as the story goes on, Jessica still punches him in the face where he gets to play with her boobs. You know, he's leaning closer, heck, and another thing is this. Remember, in Battler's mind, because we were reading along his actual thoughts, is that he was expecting her to slap him before he got to her boobs. He made a comment about, hey, how about I feel your boobs up? And he came closer with his hand out, and he's thinking in his mind, she's going to slap me. Not for a second did he think, oh, she's just going to let me play with her tits. Obviously, he loves boobs. We all do. But he makes the comment expecting her to get upset at it. Battler says it expecting Shannon to get upset. He's expecting Shannon to either jump away or slap him. He's expecting rejection at it. He's expecting her to get upset. He's making himself into a fool with the expectation that she's going to slap him. But the way I view it as a sort of 4D chess move, as he's asking a question. A question that he's too scared to ask directly. So for him, making a joke about wanting to play with her titties is a less scary and less awkward thing for him to ask. Because it's not the real question Battler wants to ask her. It's not the real question. That's not the real question. The real question isn't whether or not to play with her boobies. Of course, again, boobies are awesome. You know, boobs are awesome. So is a lot of other things. Like I said, people ask, like, oh, you're an ass man or a butt. Definitely a booby man. But that being said, I would definitely, like, I remember asking out a bunch of women in the past, they were even flat-chested. Boobs are nice, but boobs are nice of all sizes. Though, to be fair, majority of the anime characters that I find attractive have giant titties. I mean, obviously, if, like, say Sylvia from Konosuba, she has huge tits, like, each the size of, I was gonna say Subaru. No, it's Kazuma. Kazuma's head. Obviously, giant boobs are nice. But at the same time, I imagine most people would prefer not to have back problems. Heck, I have back problems myself. But that's more so just because I work manual labor, and also I'm old. But yes, giant titties are awesome. But boobs of all sizes are wonderful. Even A cups are amazing. Boobs of all sizes deserve love. That being said, the question Battler was asking wasn't, can I play with your boobs? That's not what he wanted to know. That's not what Battler really wanted to know. That wasn't what was really on his mind. And while he expected a no for the, like he's saying, not for a second did he think that Shannon would let him do it. Not for a second. He thought either she would immediately jump away, or she'd smack him in the face, or both. Not for a fucking instant, not for even a millisecond, did Battler even consider the moment, consider the thought, that she would want it. And everyone's like, that sounds like it's violating her when it comes to stuff. I'm like, no, because when it comes right down to it, is this. He had no intention of actually touching her boobs. He had no intention of actually touching her boobs. He was trying to ask a different question. But he was too scared to ask the real question. People can say he was being too much of a bitch, too much of a pussy-ass bitch, too much of a coward to ask the real question. But I feel it fits with his character, given the way I'm interpreting the character for what would be said next, for the question he was trying to ask. I'm going with the idea that Battler remembers Shannon, remembers his promise. And while he was upset at his dad for the whole Sumu Kairi thing, that was just something that even he was lying to himself about. And the main thing was he was worried about Shannon. He was worried because, remember, he had said that, well, his face was faced the other way to Shannon. The promise that meant everything in the world to Shannon was the most important, because keep in mind, Shannon is hopelessly in love with Battler and absolutely loves him more than life itself, and thinks he's the most amazing, wonderful person in the world, and loves and cherishes him. But of course, after years and years of not seeing him, she gave up hope on that because it was too painful for her, because she was longing every day for him, to the point that, you know, she was wanting him to play with her tits, and him not doing that was making her thinking about killing herself. And eventually she just gave up. She gave up. She eventually just gave up. She gave up all hope that she would ever even see Battler again. She basically decided that he's basically dead. After all, he had disowned the Ushiromiya name out of being pissed off. And, you know, heck, when those letters came the next year where he didn't show up, but, you know, there's letters written to everyone, she was so happy, like, oh, what if he wrote me a letter? And then when that letter didn't, you know, happen, she was literally like, I mean, this person does go on to be part of a serial murder, or at least a plan of it. But of course, there's a lot of stuff going on. But at the end of the day, is this person is very much in love with Battler. This is the person that they want the most in the whole world, that they think is their true soulmate. Even to the point that later on, when they're talking to Maria and they're having fun and they're talking about like making up their characters for their D&D game, you know, she's like, I'm happy. I made a friend. That's awesome. And I really enjoyed talking to you, Maria, but, you know, I want Battler. It's just like, it literally to the point that, you know, Shannon feels like Battler is the only reason to live. To the point that she basically has to just stop caring about it and force herself not to, because she can't. It's too painful. It's too painful, the idea of thinking about him. And eventually she moves on with George. And again, George initially only asked her out because, you know, Battler was the one talking to her, and he has an inferiority complex when it comes to Battler. So at that point, he largely just wound up asking out Shannon to prove that he was better than Battler. And as it was, he was normally flirting with all of the female servants, like all the girl servants, which we see as the Sisters of Purgatory, the Seven Sisters, which are the stakes of Beatrice. But of course, the original models were, in Shannon's mind, were based off of her fellow servants. But like George was abusing his position and, you know, harassing to a degree. And of course, a lot of the servants were fine with it because it was, you know, something they saw as, hey, it'll get me ahead. They were but again, it was still wrong of George. But at that point, what are they doing to do? One, if they go against George, I mean, he could just say something or get them in trouble. After all, that's the whole point. George is abusing his authority as an Ushiromiya over the servants. Between the fact that it's an employer, huge money difference, or the fact that we're in the middle of a fucking island in the middle of nowhere, to the point it's not even an issue of this person controls your future. And after all, you came from an orphanage. You have no family. Nobody knows you exist. And the people that own the orphanage are actually the people that you're working for on an island. I mean, these people could kill you or do horrible things, even eat you, and nobody would know. Nobody would even know you had been murdered. So obviously that's, again, another huge, but even if we go with the, you know, the Ushiromiyas aren't going to murder or kill you or anything, I mean, heck, even if it's not even an issue of them blacklisting you, making it where you can't get a job or an apartment anywhere, these people are paying you money. I mean, think about this. Imagine you're working at a restaurant or something, and your employer winds up abusing that authority over a woman to try to sleep with her or something. That's fucked up. But of course, like I said, the woman in that situation is like, between the money, you know, that's like, okay, your job depends on this, and also just, it's an abuse of authority. And George was, again, like 14 at that point, I think, because he's like a couple years older. He's like 2 or 3 years older. He's like 2 or 3 years older. I think he's 3 years. I think he's 3 years older than Jessica and Battler. But it's just... he was abusing that authority and position and privilege that he had to basically be flirting and being overly flirting with all of the servants. And of course, Ava also has been trying to, you know, get him a fiance and set him up with an engagement here recently for the past couple years. So he has that as an option. But same point, it's like, I don't know if we ever get to meet this person, because I feel like this other person could be an interesting character in a story. But then again, I'm the kind of person, I still want more Higurashi with that, more ideas and that. Like, okay, it'd be cool to see new scenarios. But of course, eventually, there's only so many things you can do. My point is, George was abusing his authority in that. Battler, one, faced the other way and then just sort of left like that. But here's the thing. I say it from the perspective of this. Battler meant every word of what he said. He wasn't being just melodramatic. He wasn't just, you know, saying something silly. No, he meant every single word of it. But once he said it, he felt really embarrassed. He felt more important than anything was, there's no way she feels the same way about me. And then it becomes an issue of afterwards, okay, he's thinking about, okay, one, there's the issue with Dad and Kyrie and all that, but also he's got to be thinking of that point. One, the same thing George is having to go through, to the point that he's even considering disowning the Ushiromi, is because he knows how they would be about Shannon and him marrying her. And Battler's thinking about this. If I try to marry Shannon, what will all of the Ushiromias say and do? What will happen? Plus, at that point, even, they're both 13. So it's like, he doesn't have any money. How could he provide for her? Plus, he would, you know, if, you know, there's all those issues that, like, just, he sees the way Ava is in terms of Shannon and Jessica not wanting them, like, oh, you go to school with her, but you can't be her friend, and how they're getting upset about stuff. He's like, one, I'd have to completely go against these people in terms of, but even then, is this, I could get Shannon in trouble. I could, and if I ask her out, or like, I might get her in trouble, and I care about her, I don't want to get her in trouble. And it's also the issue, like, okay, if she no longer has this job, I mean, we're both 13, how am I supposed to care for her? He may have been thinking to a degree, hey, what if I just wait till I'm 18, and then we're both 18, and we have the legal authority to basically stand up the Ushiromias, and we can just leave, and we can just try to make things work. It may have also been a lack of faith in himself. Basically, like, a fear of rejection. Basically, in his mind, it's, okay, there's no way this person can like you, and of course, over time, they're definitely, and that's the thing, Battler was scared to go back to Rock and Jima, because he was scared that when he went back, Shannon would be like, hey, I had time to think about it, and I told you, and I'm like, no, I don't like you like that. And it's just, the naive, fragile glass heart that he has, he was too much of a coward to face that. He was too scared of Shannon rejecting him. And when it comes right down to is this, not only was he scared that Shannon wouldn't actually like him, but he was also scared, what if she says yes, but it's only because of the position of authority I have with the Ushiromias. You know, whether it be money, or even the fact that she works for my employers, or even the fact that she's from the orphanage and she lives on this island and it's literally all she knows. At that point, isn't she kind of just a hostage? Isn't it just like straight up fucking Stockholm Syndrome at that point? George was abusing his authority and abusing the position and pushing things too far. And even then, he was trying to flirt with all of the girl servants. He wanted to flirt with Shannon, but she was always with Battler, to the point that even then he was thinking Battler and her are probably dating. And he had a very huge inferiority complex about it. To the point that when Battler said he wasn't going to come back to the conferences, and he was disowning the family over Rudolph, he then purposefully pursued Shannon solely and ignored all the other girls in order to compete with Battler. He has an inferiority complex with Battler, and so he started, trying to impress and do everything for Shannon as a way of just proving that he was better than Battler. At which point, he didn't actually really love Shannon. It was all about just one-upping Battler. So to a large degree, it's, he didn't actually care about Shannon. But again, people can disagree with that. They can be like, maybe there's some hardcore George stans in the comments, and they're like, though to be fair, somebody would have to watch this video in the first place in order to have any opinion about this one way or the other. And of course the author has written it to a degree that, Battler has forgotten everything. And he just didn't care, and he was just being melodramatic. I think that's the same as the booby fondling thing. I think it's an overt lie that he's being as purposefully superficial as possible, that he's being as purposefully dumb and obtuse about it, to the point of even making himself look like a fool, or even making himself look like a creep, just to avoid facing what he's really scared of. Like, I feel like he's purposely, and of course later on in the terms where Beatrice asks about the, promise that he made, people have been getting murdered, and one, not really thinking very clearly, but also even then is this. No one in a rational, even if you're not in a murder mystery thing, you're not going to equate, oh, I broke a promise to return after a year to a girl who said she'd give me an answer about whether or not she wanted to, marry me, even though they're both 12 when they said that, and the year later they both would have been 13. Though technically Shannon's age is a little different. She's older than she actually thinks she is. So she's actually a little bit older. In fact, she's actually is George's age. But of course, Shannon is less tall because, well, she had that horrible, injury off of a cliff, and that kind of stunts your growth. I mean, I'm pretty sure she has scoliosis. I don't know. I don't know if anyone in the comments, well, I mean, again, no one watches my videos. If you do, thank you. I appreciate you. Tsundere, but I can admit that, heck, I might as well do my intro. Greetings, one and all, to the most cursed, most cringiest corner of the internet. A YouTube channel content creator actively alienating everyone in both the analog and digital world. Welcome and good evening, you wonderful dice of all alignments. I am Lunar D8. I'm your tsundere streamer who doesn't stream. And I promise nothing, I guarantee even less. And the only thing consistent about my channel is a complete and total lack of any professionalism. Heck, this place is just a place for me to talk without a filter. I have never made a cent from this channel. I will never make a cent from this channel. I will never be monetized or have super chats or have merchandise or have sponsors. Though who the fuck would I be sponsored by? Oh, Pepsi! Pizza! Bad Dragon! Smith & Wesson. I don't know. Maybe someplace that actually makes proper gaming computers? Okay. Though, all things considered, even if those were options, I'd say no to all of them. Because when it comes right down to it, is this. even if I had 1 million subscribers. Though honestly, I don't know why anybody would want to listen to me. I'm not interesting. I am annoying and boring to listen to. And I'm just... I can't stay focused. Again, I don't know if I have ADHD or something, or autism, or... Yeah, I'm pretty sure I have depression, borderline personality disorder. But again, I don't know if I have ADHD. I get distracted easily. But I'm a big otaku. I like a lot of anime and video games. I'll listen to Rammstein soundtracks, and Final Fantasy soundtracks, and Pokemon soundtracks, and Metallica, and System of a Down, Korn, Disturbed, Perfect Circle, Tool's a good band. I think they're supposed to come out with another album again. That's cool. Don't know when that'll be. But my main thing is this. I think Battler's just... I think he lied about being just melodramatic. I think he remembered. I think he had remembered it. I think he had thought about it every single day of his life. I think there was not a single day from the day he made that promise to Shannon. I do not think there was a single fucking day that ever went by in which he did not think about that promise. I don't think there was a single day that went by that he didn't think about Shannon. Because keep in mind, he kept reading. The hobby that the two of them shared is their main hobby. They were both into detective and mystery novels. And he still kept reading those things religiously. To the point this. The only way he would have actually literally forgotten Shannon is if he fucking fell off a cliff like fucking Goku. And again, that's kind of a retcon in itself. And again, the author could have written this however they want. But I'll tell you this. It's a mystery novel. It's a detective novel. You're supposed to be able to, use clues to put things together. So I'm working with the clues I got. And my clues tell me this. There is no fucking way Battler would have ever forgotten that promise. And there is no fucking way he would ever say that to Shannon and not mean it from the bottom of his fucking heart with every fucking fiber of his being. But there is also a certain way that I can certainly see him as being really, really emotionally invested to the point that he's too fucking scared to face it. Because at the end of the day is this. He does not have any faith in himself. And the way he views it is this. After he says that, like as soon as he says he feels overcome, he can't even turn around to face her. Because he's scared about what face she's going to make looking at him. He's scared that she's going to be upset at him, or maybe she's looking at him tentatively. He turns around and maybe she's like looking at him. And of course, yeah, there would be a timid look to her eyes. I mean, after all, people can't read each other's fucking minds. And you're going to try to understand what the emotion and the idea and the thought process going in that person's mind based on their facial expressions. You're trying to understand another human being. You're looking at the body language, the tone of their voice, the expression on their face, the emoji they're making, You're trying to understand what they actually want, who they are, trying to understand them as a person, understand their thoughts, their feelings, and what their actual desire is toward you. Do they like you? How do they feel about you? And of course, I would say this: if Battler had turned around at that point, Shannon definitely would have had a bit of a timid look on her face. But that's more so because she was very scared and overwhelmed emotionally herself. In that regard, both her and Battler were the same. And many days where Shannon was obsessive about it, she was scared about what if Battler comes back and he doesn't want her, what he's not coming because he doesn't, she was very unsure of herself too, and unsure of Battler's feelings. I think Battler is the same. And again, very cowardly of him not to, come back and face that. But I think that is within character. I think it makes sense. I think with the story we have, it does not make any fucking sense that Battler would have said that and not meant it. There's no way he would have said that just being silly or joking. I don't think that matches with his character. That'd be like watching fucking Conan the Barbarian and Arnold Schwarzenegger swinging the sword, all that, and you know, the manly man. And then all of a sudden, you know, he runs away screaming cowardly from the villain. No, Conan the Barbarian is gonna stand there and fight, risking death. It'd be like, imagine Achilles showing up and pissing his fucking pants in fear and dropping to his knees begging for his life. No. Fuck no. Achilles would never, even if he was literally surrounded by hundreds of soldiers and all of his limbs are broke, both arms, both legs, Achilles would never fucking beg for his life. He would go down basically telling you, fuck you. You know, his last words would be, you know what? I can still take you. And even if I can't, they'll all fucking kill you next. Like, there's no way. There is no fucking way. Like, you're not gonna have Conan the Barbarian fucking begging for his life. That is not in his character. He will rather die. He would, like, even if you, like, locked him in a dungeon or that and try to, like, he is not fucking backing down. You know, Arnold Schwarzenegger be like, fuck you. It's like, I'm not fucking surrendering. I'll go down fighting. Like, you're not going to see Conan the Barbarian run the fuck away like a coward. You're not going to see Conan the Barbarian beg for his life. One, he's going to fucking win. He's going to see his enemies broken and running for their lives. But even if Conan the Barbarian's facing an enemy that's too strong for him, he will go down fucking fighting. That is in his character. And again, you might say, oh, what if the author rewrites like a new Conan the Barbarian 3, where Conan's just a cravenly coward? Well, then, I disagree with that. But again, if the author, I'm pretty sure the original author of Conan the Barbarian's dead by now. But I'm just saying this. If the original author, it'd be like the original author of Sherlock Holmes wrote a new Sherlock Holmes, where Sherlock was stupid. It's kind of like my disagreement of Goku. Like, Goku got fucking Flanderized. So did Miyoshi Kuramitsu. You know? Again, I enjoyed a lot of the Tenchi series. Granted, they made a lot of different... It's like Gundam. There's so many different Gundam universes. Some of them are... But a Tenchi's a little bit confusing on that because there's so many of them that are... It's a very similar story. It uses the same characters. But again, it's kind of like the Cat Box with Higurashi and Umineko, to where it's the same characters, but the environment's slightly different and the story plays out differently. Like Tenchi Muyo, Tenchi Universe, Tenchi in Tokyo. It's the same characters, but each of the characters is slightly different themselves. The environment, the circumstances, the way it plays out. It's the same thing with each of the arcs in Higurashi and in Umineko. And of course, Tenchi Muyo, Ryo-Oki, OVAs are the main ones that are the, you know, I consider canon, but all the others are still amazing. Heck, I remember... Now, granted, I know Noike or Kione shows up in a lot of the other series too. But I think Kione from Tenchi Universe, amazing. But I'll tell you this. When I was younger, definitely had a bit of a crush on Ryoko and Washu and Mihoshi. Mihoshi is beautiful. I don't know if you guys are familiar with the Tenchi Muyo series, but... Though I'll say this, Ryoko, her voice actress, both the English and Japanese, I like the voice. But of course, it's just certain things about her. Nice. I'll definitely tell you this. I definitely jerked off to Ryoko quite a bit when I was younger. But that was like decades ago. But I'll tell you this, Mihoshi. Beautiful, amazing, just absolutely gorgeous. But I'll tell you this, they fucking Flanderized her the same way they Flanderized Goku. In other words, like, what do you mean by Flanderized? Simple, Ned Flanders. Ned Flanders was supposed to be an average fucking dude. He was, and of course they have him go to church. He was supposed to be your everyman. He was supposed to be the person that everyone, the normal person, would relate to. The average person. Homer wasn't supposed to be the person you're relating to. He's supposed to be the goofy dumbass doing all this crazy shit. Like, you're not supposed to relate to Peter Griffin. You're not supposed to relate to Cartman. No, you're supposed to relate to Ned Flanders. Ned Flanders was supposed to be representative of what your average man was. You know, he goes to work, he goes to church, has a normal family life. Him going to church and some of that stuff with that was supposed to only be a small aspect of his character. And in the same way, you can have characters where you build on the character and they have character development and, you know, because again, there's sometimes you have a character behave in a certain way. It's unearned. You can't have a character like grow or develop in something or become good at something without... It's kind of like you have a martial artist or something, and all of a sudden you have like a MacGuffin, like, oh, here's a special skill you learn. Like, no, you didn't actually earn the fucking... Like, it feels like it's just a fucking ass pull by the author. It's less of an issue of me having an issue with the character, and it's just bad writing. And of course, every fandom has, you know, their own feelings on different characters. Of course, you can have toxic fandoms about shit too. After all, any story that's a good story is going to have some people that are toxic fandom about it. You know, after all, the only way you're going to get a toxic fandom is if there are people that care enough about this fucking show. And at the end of the day is this: if a show has no one who is passionate about it, now of course it doesn't mean you have to be a bad person or a toxic person if you're passionate about something. Any fandom, any anime, any series, anything that someone can be passionate about, you can be very passionate about it and not be a toxic person. But I'm saying this: anything that has a large group of people that are extremely passionate about, there are going to be bad apples in that. But I'm just saying this: you'll never have a bad apple from a tree in a fucking desert, because there's no way a tree can fucking grow there. If the tree is passion and the toxic fan is a bad fruit, well, you don't have to worry about bad fruit in the middle of a fucking desert. You have to have good soil. In order for passion, the good soil is a good story. And again, like Sherlock Holmes, I'm pretty sure anyone who is really into Sherlock Holmes, if all of a sudden, like, Sherlock Holmes is firing Kamehamehas, or is dumb, like they write him down to be dumb, or they all of a sudden make it into a rom-com, you know, slice of life show, or Sherlock Holmes is suddenly like piloting a mecha, I don't think people are going to like that. I mean, don't be wrong, a person piloting a mecha, it's his own genre, and I like that genre. But at the same time, that's not what Sherlock Holmes is. Sherlock Holmes is not a martial artist or a mecha pilot. That's a different show now. So I feel at that point that if you're like someone who's really into Sherlock Holmes, don't be wrong, you could probably still enjoy that, but at the same time, you're probably going to be like, this isn't Sherlock Holmes anymore. Like, it's cool, but this isn't Sherlock Holmes. You've changed it too much. Like, you can't change, like, don't be wrong, you can still have something, but it should be something original at that point, right? I mean, again, spin-offs are good, but it'd be like, imagine, like, you have, again, the Conan Barbarian thing, but on top of that would be this: what if the Conan, like, Barbarian author were to suddenly write Conan Barbarian, but he's a coward now, and then he goes on TV saying, no, Conan was always a coward, and, you know, but again, I feel like that would be so disingenuous. And I feel like the actual author of Conan the Barbarian, which again, I don't know who originally, you know, but I feel like the very first person to write the word Conan the Barbarian would agree with me wholeheartedly that Conan the Barbarian would never run from a fucking fight. That he would never beg for his life. That Conan is no fucking coward. Fucking flanderized Mihoshi. And again, people are like, what do you mean by that? Again, I know I'm kind of bringing this up because Mihoshi Kuramitsu, she's from... Now again, she appears in all the different versions of this. I'm talking... Well, I think Tenchi Muyo, the OVAs, the original Tenchi Muyo, where it came out on the original video animation, like DVDs, more like movies in a way. But the original Tenchi Muyo when it came out. I think Mihoshi is extremely beautiful. I like her voice, I like her face, I like her boobs, I like her body. She has a very athletic body. Then again, I feel like I don't know if there's anyone out there who agrees with me on this, but I think a tall, busty, beautiful tomboy is beautiful. Like, I'm 5'11", and I would be perfectly in heaven with the idea of a 6.5 foot tall woman who is athletic, has a six-pack and giant tits. Then again, I'd also be cool with Futa or a femboy or a twink. I don't know. I have many interests. But I'm just saying this. Am I alone in thinking tomboys are cute? Am I alone in saying that tall women are beautiful? Is that just me? Don't get me wrong, though. I've never really cared too much about height. Like, I only care at the point that it becomes, sex would be kind of weird. Like, here's the thing. If I met a 4 foot tall woman, I'm okay with that. In the same regard, if I met a 12 foot tall woman, provided physics and biochemistry didn't make life hell. Because usually people that are that tall usually tend to have brain and heart problems. Their internal organs can't keep up with everything. And also the square cube law of physics, which is why we don't build skyscrapers out of wood, would make all of their bones break. Usually anyone that's like 7 feet tall, by the time they're 40, have crippling knee and leg pain. Like their fucking knees and their hips just die. Like their bones and their joints literally can't handle it. Like it's not like the bones become more fucking dense to handle that fucking load. It's kind of like you don't see a fucking bodybuilder running a fucking marathon. Like John Piana, if I remember the guy's name right. Dude had enormous biceps. Dude had more muscle than I could ever hope of having. And I'll tell you this, I wouldn't want that build. I do want more muscle than I do, but I'd prefer to look more like a buff Illumi Zoldyck, I would rather just have a six-pack and have a little bit of muscle, but I don't want to be bulky. I would still want to be able to, run. I'm just saying this. You're not seeing... I'm trying to think of a good example. I don't know. I'm just saying this. If there is a 350-pound bodybuilder, even if they have like 10% body fat, if they have 350 pounds, they're not exactly running marathons. Their knees, granted, yes, having a lot of muscle in your body is so much healthier than having a shit ton of fat, and it's much more aesthetic and much more functional. But at the end of the day is this. Your organs still have to process all those calories for those muscles. Your kidneys still have to filter everything. Your heart still has to pump your blood through 350 pounds of flesh. It doesn't, at the end of the day is this. Yes, muscle is better. It's more functional. It's more aesthetic. And it is more healthy. But at the end of the day, your heart still has to work itself to death to pump your blood through that giant, at the end of the day is this. 350 pounds of muscle or 350 pounds of fat still fucking destroy your fucking knees and cartilage in your legs. Okay? That stuff still will fucking break your fucking legs. Your body still has to... I'm just saying this. You weigh 350 pounds, even if it's pure muscle, you're going to struggle to run. You still have to move all that weight. You still have all that pressure on your bones. Again, it's better than 350 pounds of fat, Obviously, obviously a bodybuilder weighing 350 pounds and having low body fat is going to be a much better runner in every way than a person who's 350 pounds of fat. But it's still gonna fucking hurt your knees, your joints, and your tendons, as well as the internal organs that have to deal with all of that. Like, here's the thing, if you're a bodybuilder, you have to eat a massive amount of food. Your kidneys still have to filter all that shit. Now, of course, the average person like me can't really complain. I mean, I drink Monster energy drinks, I eat fast food. Obviously, that's not good for my kidneys either. But then again, I'm 201 pounds. I can't remember what that converts to metric. I'm either 91 or 93 kilograms. I don't remember. Okay, so I'm 180 centimeters tall, and I am either 91 or 93 kilograms. I can't really remember metric. Heck, I'll say this. I understand miles a lot. I know a kilometer is 6/10 of a mile. But again, do people that use metric say kilometer or kilometer? Like, or kilometer. But it's just... The point being this. I would be fine with a 12-foot tall woman, provided physics didn't hate everyone on the planet. You know? By that I mean this. I would have issue with dating, like if I met a woman that was 20 feet tall, I'd say that's too tall. That's too tall. Even if the person's beautiful and has big tits, at that point, I'm pretty sure each of her tits weighs more than my whole body. Which again, you might say, oh, that's not that bad. But I'm like, I feel like that's gonna make, it's just, I don't know, I feel like that's not gonna work. Like, I feel like it's, but again, I feel like if I met like a 12-foot tall futanari, and yes, I'd be the bottom, but I feel like I'd be okay with that. But physics wouldn't. I feel like biology wouldn't. Because at the end of the day is this, when it comes to biology is this. If I met a 12-foot tall person, they're going to die of a heart attack. There's no way their heart, I mean, you ever see any of the bodybuilders? Like, a lot of them do tend to die earlier in life. And when they die, they're like, yeah, this person's heart is 3 times the normal size because it has to pump the blood through this massive body. And then the day is this, square cube law of physics. Basically, if you square the size of something, the volume cubes, meaning that even if you square how big something is, the actual structural integrity you need in order to make whatever structure you built not fucking collapse like a black hole of fucking disappointment is cubed. Which means, say if you build a building, well, as you build the building bigger, the demands on each part of the structure do not increase proportionally. They increase exponentially. Simply put is this. If you are a person and you suddenly gain 20 pounds, it's not just 20 pounds of additional force on your fucking leg. And even then, you're like, oh, your legs can get a little stronger. Yes. But here's the thing. Every extra bit of muscle and bone has to have an increased demand on it. Meaning, there's no way a person, like, you'd have to have something that goes against, because here's the thing, if you build a skyscraper out of wood, it's going to fucking break. The bigger you build a building, the much more of a demand you have on it. Same way if you have a person that's really tall, like, even like I said, in what we see normally, most people, I think the average height for the American man is like 5'7". I don't know. But I'll tell you this. People that are 7 feet tall, most of them are athletes. You see them in basketball and stuff like that. But you also hear all these stories about like them having knee problems and back problems and ankle problems and hip problems. that stuff wears in the body so much worse. As well as the heart, like the bodybuilders, like a lot of times when they die, their heart's bigger because it had to pump so much harder to get that blood through. And of course, that leads to an earlier death. I'm just saying this. I would be fine with a 12-foot tall, busty futa, or a 12-foot tall woman with just giant tits. But the problem, and I think also cuddling would still be great like that, though I might start to suffocate if the person rolls over on top of me. So, but aside from the fact that I don't know if I'm the only guy out there, or heck, a woman if you're a lesbian, who out there would be perfectly fine dating a 12-foot tall woman with giant tits? We'll say this. Like heck, imagine Aqua from Konosuba, but 12 feet tall. But everything looks exactly the same. Like, the only reason I wouldn't want to date her is because she's going to have a heart attack, and I would be sad. Because I would like, oh, I met someone who's amazing and wonderful, and I love them, and now they're dead. That would make me sad. You know? Same way. It's like, say if you date someone, it's like, okay, this person's really tall, and now they have crippling knee pain. Now they have a heart attack. More so if you're going with someone who's actually 12 feet tall, at that point, would that person even be able to stand up? Would their heart... How would you have a physical human body that would be able to function at 12 feet tall? They'd have to be extremely lithe. You know, they'd have to be so fucking skinny to the point of anorexia. Let alone, you know, what I'm imagining in my mind as, you know, someone with like just muscle in terms of... What's a good example? Well, again, let's go with Mihoshi Kuramitsu. She's athletic, but she's extremely beautiful and very feminine. I think she's very sexy. But there's no way you could have someone be 12 feet tall and still have that exact same physique. Like, the human body, both in terms of bones, you know, the load on the bone and the joints would be too much, as well as the internal organs wouldn't be able to keep up a human body at that point. I mean, there's a reason we don't build actual fucking Gundams. It's because, you know, when it comes to mechanical parts and joints, it's not very efficient on energy, nor is it very stable to build a bipedal robot. A lot of times humans would just build a bipedal robot because it's aesthetic, or because it's easier for us to... Like, if you're going to control a bipedal robot, it's easier to wrap your mind around than if you were to control a robot spider. Like, imagine you're controlling a robot with 8 limbs. It's going to be difficult for your human mind to, like... I mean, granted, there might be some people that are more apt to doing it, and no matter what, there's a learning curve, and you can also train to do it. But I'm just saying... It's easier for a human, like if you're controlling something like a VR game, like imagine you're controlling a person with 2 arms in a VR game. That's easier to understand. Now imagine if you're trying to control someone with 8 arms in a VR game. Like, I don't even know how you would program that, let alone, like, what would be the user interface? How would you do that? Like, I can't even wrap my mind around how you would do that, let alone, even if there was a solid way to do that, like, how would you keep track of it? How would you understand how to do it? It would be confusing, wouldn't it? I'm just saying, like, it's... How would you control an 8-armed person? Maybe I'm just not coordinated enough. I'm kind of a clumsy person. Heck, I can't even ride a bicycle. I have a terrible sense of balance. I feel like I was talking about Flanderization, but the point is this: Ned Flanders was supposed to be a normal person, but then they kept, rather than expanding his character, they kept just harping about him going to church, and the whole overly posh, polite thing, and that became all he was. And rather than becoming more 3-dimensional, he became a 1-dimensional person, to where he no longer had a personality, and in fact, this shit that has been played on and on as a joke became a limiting factor so that not only did he not expand as a character, but now he literally had walls built around him, preventing him from being anything other than a fucking parody, a joke, a caricature of him fucking self. Same thing with Goku. Goku's an amazing character, but they wrote him to be fucking stupid and also asexual, non-romantic. Now, of course, both those things make sense in terms of why they started. One, they were making a joke about Goku just not knowing certain, worldly things or certain scientific things. But that was more of a take on the fact that he was a kid living in the fucking mountains who'd only ever seen one person in his life. He didn't exactly have a school education. You're not going to expect someone who's just been living in the middle of the country to know how to, operate a computer. You wouldn't. It's not like the person living in the country is stupid. It's just they're not used to it. It's like if you took someone that's a professional fighter pilot who flies actual fucking jets and all of a sudden put them in a submarine, they're not going to know how to drive the submarine, but that doesn't mean they're dumb. It just means it's not something they've had the opportunity to learn. I feel like a better way of looking at the story would have been, we had a version of Goku that when he met Bulma, he went and lived with Bulma, and then Dr. Brief could actually tutor him, and Goku would actually, get a fucking gravity chamber before the Red Ribbon Army was ever a fucking thing. We'd have Super Saiyan Goku much earlier. I'm just saying, heck, at one point Akira Toriyama said he was getting bored of Chi-Chi. Was even considering killing her off a few times. I'm just saying there's no reason why Goku couldn't have just, gotten a diploma, learned stuff from Dr. Brief. He's not stupid. Same thing with the non-romantic thing with him and Chi-Chi. It's more so this. Akira Toriyama is one of the greatest mangaka that ever lived. His story is amazing, I enjoy his art style, and I think he's incredible. And I think he is even more incredible than he thought he was. I think Akira Toriyama is amazing. However, Akira Toriyama also said that he did not make his story into a romance or have sexual things into it. Now, granted, there were some lewd things here and there, especially Master Roshi kind of jokes. But the main thing is this. Akira Toriyama said over and over that he wanted the main focus to be action and fighting and even comedy. He didn't want to focus on romance. One, because he didn't want his story to be about that. That's just not what he was wanting. It's not that he felt there was anything wrong with it, it's just not what he wanted to write about. It's not what he was passionate about. He was passionate about action and martial arts and giant energy blasts and silly gag jokes that are what we fucking love him for. And it's what he was passionate about. It's not that there's anything wrong with romance animes. Heck, I've watched plenty of them myself. And not just hentai, though I have watched... I'll tell you this. I have a lot of games on my wishlist of Steam that I'll never buy because I can't afford to buy them. But... I have a few thousand things thrown on my wish list. Because I'll just occasionally scroll through Steam and see something. Oh, that's cool. 90% of it's hentai. There's so much this is just hentai. It's just tits and cocks everywhere. I can't let's play those games for you guys. I would. Heck, there's a game called Corruption of Champions 2. There's also mini games that have just... The whole purpose of the game is... It's naked women. And, heck, I think there's Futa Fucks Femboys and stuff like that. And Femboy House and stuff like that. So, lots of very things that just YouTube would not let me do a let's play of that. I feel like they would have a disagreement on that. And I'm like, I understand. But I also enjoy, stuff like Date Alive. Has anyone heard of the anime Date Alive? There's also visual novels of it. They're very good. They have a best thing about it, music. The soundtrack is awesome. Heck, I'll tell you this. I enjoy anime soundtracks a lot, to the point that Dot Hack Sign, great soundtrack. Heck, Dot Hack Infection's a video game that continues the story of that. The soundtrack for the Dot Hack, there's going to be a new Dot Hack game in 2027 called Dot Hack Zero. I'm looking forward to it. But I'll tell you this, Dot Hack Sign with Tsukasa, the music is so good. The music's so fucking good. But there's also animes that are a bit more fan service heavy, very ecchi, very lewd. Bible Black, Walpurgis Night. The soundtrack for that is absolutely amazing. I feel like I was going to put something in the description, but I already forgot what it was. Oh, Trepang. I need to write things down or else I will not remember. Ow, my back. Okay, so I'll put those two things in the description. A link to Trepang and a link to Bible Black. One of them is a video I made that's me just being silly. And the next one's a soundtrack to a technically hentai anime, but it's got a good story. It's also got really great animation, great jiggle physics. It's also got a lot of sex. A lot of sex, that's kind of the whole purpose of it. But the actual character designs are actually really good. But then again, you would expect so from a hentai. Heck, the original artist of Hellsing started off as a hentai artist. Heck, there's many artists that either started as hentai artists, went to actual action, or there's many people that started normal manga and like non-lewd stuff, and then they just eventually decided that they like drawing very beautiful, attractive people without clothes on. But yeah, here's the thing. Even in an anime that's not, outright a hentai, you still want characters that are cute, that are attractive. Heck, I'm ugly as fuck, and I like playing characters that are, pleasing to look at. Though I'll tell you this, no matter how pleasing a character is to look at, I want the gameplay to be fun to be enjoyable. I want to enjoy my game. So at the end of the day is this, what's fun? But at the same time, if I can see jiggling titties all the time too, sure. That'd be fucking great. But heck, if they came up with a movie that was like Power Girl and she had giant tits, and of course I got the little boob window there, but also she's futa, and this is but at that point it's more of a hentai, or I don't know what that game would probably have to be. I don't know what lines you would have to put there, what boundaries to make it not be an A-rated game, to still make it just be rated M. But Senran Kagura, I remember playing a lot of those games. I thought it was pretty good. But anyway, whenever I watch the Anime Data Live, it's got a good soundtrack. But each of the characters got a really cool design. Plus, they got swords and stuff. So does Bleach. Heck, Tia Harabel from Bleach, very, very beautiful. And of course, Albedo from Overlord. Milium from Reincarnated as a Slime. Let's see, Astolfo. And again, like I said, Sylvia from Konosuba. Beautiful. She is amazing. Her tits look awesome. And she's got a very pretty face. Right, Ned Flanders. Anyway, go got Flanders because Akira Toriyama wanted the story to be about action and comedy. It's not that Akira Toriyama thought there was anything wrong with romance. He just didn't want his story to be about that. Same with me. I enjoy romance anime. Not just the hentai ones, but ones that are there's Fruit Baskets and many others where it's, there are some animes where there's a lot of romance, but it's not the main focus, and others where romance is all there is. And heck, of course, we've all watched a lot of harem animes like Tenchi Muyo. But that's not what Dragon Ball Z is. And that's not what anyone who's a fan of DBZ comes to DBZ4. Now, don't be wrong, there's probably plenty of DBZ fans that enjoy some fan fictions or some spin-off things made by other people on it, but that's not what got them into it. Like, yes, Android 18 is fucking hot, but you didn't start watching DBZ just because you wanted to fuck Android 18 or Bulma. You watched it because Goku firing a fucking Kamehameha at fucking Cell is so fucking cool. You watched it because you wanted to copy the anime training shit. Like, how many of you have ever been jogging and you want to like try to imagine yourself jogging harder, so you say Kaioken to yourself and imagine that it helped you run a little bit faster? Has anyone out there tried to fire a Doken? Just me. It was just me. Fine. I'm the only person here who likes tomboys, who likes, I don't know, listening to soundtracks. Heck, even 8-bit ones. Or the old MIDIs. You know, MIDI, it's a word for the instrumental 8-bit music renditions. Like, heck, you have MIDI renditions of Linkin Park and System Down and Disturbed. Like, you ever listen to Metallica in 8-bit? It's actually really fucking good. But yeah, like I said, I miss. Plus, Akira Toriyama did not think that he would be a good writer for romance. I think he could, but again, it's not what he was passionate about. But I think he could have pulled it off. But it just, at the end of the day, is Akira Toriyama himself did not think that he would be a good romance writer. Plus, he also felt that it's just not what he wanted his story to be about. Plus, at that point, if you start actually going to that, one, would the audience like it? Also, what about the critics and the editors and even just the rating system for anime? There'd be a lot of things to worry about. So at the end of the day, a lot of times, you know, you didn't have wild fucking sex scenes with Chi-Chi because it's not a hentai. And because it's not a main focus of the story. Like, you can have family matters. Like, you don't have, just because you don't have outright sex scenes of Carl Winslow fucking Loretta, doesn't mean it doesn't happen. It just means, one, for the rating for the show, and for the target audience and demographic, you know, for the demographic you're trying to appeal to, which is, you know, the average person, and particularly people of many ages, you're not going to have that. There's going to be a lot of people that just will not like that. Me included. I would not like that. That's what Dragon Ball Z is. You're not going to have, you know, 3-episode arc of Yajirobe, you know, trying to help Krillin get a girlfriend. Could that have happened? Sure. But I don't know if anyone wants to watch a 3-episode arc of Yajirobe going to bars to try to help Krillin pick up chicks or something. Okay? And at the same time, while Goku could be like really smart, it would be something that you would wind up, like, if you did it that way, it'd be showing it like little clips here and there, like, just, it wouldn't be like 4 episodes of Goku going to high school worrying about the fucking prom and doing shit like that. Like, you might have clips of it, like a few seconds, but it wouldn't be a focus. It's like Baki the Grappler. There's scenes where he's at school, but that's not why you watch Baki the Grappler. If anything, you're watching that school scene to see what kind of outlandish bullshit is Baki gonna do that would be so far removed from what reality is. After all, a lot of times, video games and anime are escapism. One, you watch it not only for stuff that you enjoy, but also as a way to just sort of escape from the tedium of life. Like, you're not fucking turning on fucking Baki the Grappler to watch Yujiro sit in fucking traffic on a freeway. Like, that's, you're not. It's like, oh, Next on Baki the Grappler, Jack Hanma goes to a theme park where he is just riding a roller coaster, but with no safety stuff, and there's no seat or anything. He's just holding on to the fucking, like, it's rather than an actual falling roller coaster, it's like literally just the car, but everything's removed except for a bar for him to bite onto, and it's just a roller coaster going through loop-de-loops and all the kind of shit, with just Jack Hanma holding on by his teeth, grinding into a fucking metal bar. We're just watching Jack Hanma fly by at 90 miles per hour up a vertical fucking slope, holding on by his fucking teeth! Like, no one's going to Did you want to see a Baki the Grappler chapter or manga, a panel about that? Do you want to see the, fucking Jack Hanma goes to a theme park, to like a fucking Six Flags or Cedar Point or whatever it is, and it's like no one, does anyone want to watch Jack Hanma rides roller coasters and does crazy shit at theme parks in ways that you don't expect? And everyone's like, wasn't there a scene with the escaped convicts where they were at a theme park? Yes, there was. Weren't they doing crazy shit on a roller coaster? Yes. But I mean, there's a difference between two people standing on a roller coaster using their fucking leg horse stance to remain stability while we're going through curves, as opposed to Jack Hanma holding on with his fucking teeth. You guys get the point. I do. The main point is this. A lot of those things were omitted with, like, Goku being romantic or being smart, because it's not the focus of the story. And then later on, it was being shoehorned in as a cheap gag, a cheap joke, which belittled and insulted Goku, and it kept writing him as being stupid and also being, basically just not having any sexual interest, like he doesn't have any interest in. Like, honestly, I see no reason why he wouldn't, and I see nothing wrong with it. I see no reason why that wouldn't even let him ride the Nimbus. Like, that's not really an impure thing. But I will say this. It would have definitely changed the nature of Dragon Ball Z as a story. It would have changed the pacing. It would have probably changed the rating. And it would have definitely changed the feel for a lot of people. And granted, it's not that would be bad, but it would be different. At the same time, as they kept leaning into it and making jokes about it, they just kept writing Goku into being dumb and a terrible husband. And it's just, I feel like they wrote him into a corner, and the more they made jokes about it, the more they just did a character assassination on Goku. Now everyone's like, what's this have to do with Mihoshi Kuramitsu? And aside from the fact that she's extremely beautiful, I think she's a good person in every way. Voice, body, mind, personality. But here's the thing. She's originally supposed to be, she's athletic, top of her class. She's very smart, especially when it comes to street smarts and things like that. And she's a very dedicated, hardworking person. She's also a very honest, very sincere, very kind person. And she's perhaps a bit naive and maybe a tiny bit clumsy here and there and a little bit here and there, but it was always supposed to be just a little tiny quirk. Like, okay, she's a little clumsy occasionally, and she's a little awkward, and she can be a little naive about a few things. But she's a very sweet, kind, loving person, and she is legitimately very smart. And as a detective of the Galactic Police, she's actually very good at her job, to the point that she's almost Sherlock Holmes levels intelligence when it comes to this shit. Like, she's fucking James Bond. But, a beautiful woman. However, the point of her character was that she had been too dedicated. She had worked too hard. And she had burned herself out. To the point that she was just burned out. That she was just exhausted, and she was just emotionally overwhelmed with a lot of stuff because, any type of job like that, whether you're talking military or police, and technically with the Galactic Police, they're one and the same. She's both police and military. That'd be extremely stressful. And imagine if you're someone who's like top of your class when it comes to that, like you're a high-ranking person who is one of the best, and you are absolutely dedicated to this shit as your life purpose, and you're pushing yourself too hard. It's going to, like, everyone has a breaking point. Yes, so she's supposed to have a tiny bit of clumsiness here and there, but it's more so supposed to be that she's down to earth, that she's, even though she's this amazing person, she's still human. It's relatable. Especially as someone who is a bit clumsy myself. Like I said, I can't ride a bicycle, I'll fall over, I have terrible sense of balance. However, they kept playing at it. They kept bringing up the accident prone and the clumsiness to the point that she made her, they wind up eventually reducing her to like being the same amount of clumsiness as fucking Steve Urkel. And they kept making jokes about her occasionally misunderstanding something or being clueless on a few minor things or getting something a little wrong that, again, she had not had like, you wouldn't expect someone to have advanced trigonometry calculus in terms of space flight shit, or discussions about like Kagato's ship, to where you're describing how, the advanced mathematics of how different dimensions work, to where there's multiple dimensions that actually exist in a space. Like, we're talking fucking Rosenbridge, Sia. I can't remember. I was about to say Didrax Sea like it's fucking Skyrim. Dirac, Sea of Dirac. Or Einstein's Rosenbridge. Like, this stuff's like, I don't even hardly remember what this shit's about. Like, we're talking black holes, or even just negative spaces. But it is a fascinating read. I would recommend for anyone on that. But it's just, they play with that to the point that they eventually make her sound like she's completely stupid. And like she's just some clueless ditz. Like she's just some blonde bimbo. They reduce her to just being some klutz who's stupid, who can't do shit right, and is just, a walking nuke, basically. In terms of anywhere she goes, something will break, and she'll screw it up, or she'll do something dumb, and it's like, again, you fucking assassinated her character. She was supposed to be this beautiful, athletic, skilled woman who is just an amazing athlete, capable of incredible things, had great skills, understood how to fly a spaceship and all this stuff, was really skillful, really dexterous, really athletic, really beautiful, and actually really smart and able to solve mysteries and think about things like in Sherlock Holmes, like someone who is legitimately very smart. And they just, through one gag joke after another, fucking butchered her character. And just for a cheap laugh, they just sacrificed what was a full character that could have had even more potential. Don't get me wrong, I still enjoy every scene with Mihoshi in it, and it's enjoyable to watch. But I feel like it's just, they reduced her character to being less than what she should have been. Same thing with Goku and Ned. Okay, I got really off topic. Main point being is this. I think it is in character for everything we have seen, for the kind of person Battler is, for the fact that he reads 100 plus, if not several hundred mystery novels every year, that he never stopped. We saw that in Game 6 with Frederica. It's Furuto Erica, the girl from Game 5 and Game 6. Technically we're Game 7 now, but we saw it there, that he's always been reading books. He never stopped. You're telling me someone who's going to It'd be like, imagine if you're like really big into Halo and you had a best friend that you were closer to than anyone else who was also really into Halo. And the two of you were the only people in the world that were into Halo. And then you left, you didn't see that friend again for years, but you continue to play Halo every single day. There's no way that person's not going to keep thinking about that person the whole time. Like, here's the thing. I think it's in character to think, and it's also, I think it's with the way he's behaved on a lot of things, that I think he does have a bit of emotional insecurity and a bit of cowardice when it comes to that. I think that's just part of who he is. So to the point is this. And I think he's the kind of person that would be overly self-deprecating and a very spaz sort of thing in the way he is about stuff, almost like autistically spurring out on certain things, or having a sort of ADHD moment where they're just sort of one place to another, and also perhaps misconstruing certain body language, or that misunderstanding certain things, or being overly self-centered, not self-centered, that too, maybe self-conscious, maybe just too hard on himself in terms of pushing himself down, so to the point he became a bit cowardly when it came to pursuing Shannon, because he was just too hard on himself to believe on himself. Because at the end of the day is this, he looked at it two ways, that either she's going to say yes or no. And he felt very strongly if he came back the next year saying that he loved her and was ready to take her on a white horse, that she'd just say no. That was his default opinion on that. More than likely, that was 90% chance Shannon's just going to outright reject him. But the other 10% chance was, what if she says yes, but it's only because of the position of being an Ushiromiya? And not just the money or anything, but because, it's a position of power and authority over her. After all, George was abusing that to, flirt with all of the girl servants, but again, wasn't flirting with Shannon because she was always with Battler. So at the end of the day, he only started pursuing Shannon because that had been the one that had been talking to Battler, and he has an inferiority complex about that. So him pursuing Shannon was less about him being attracted to Shannon and more about he was just trying to one-up Battler and prove that he wasn't inferior to Battler. By getting Shannon to love him, he could prove that he's better than Battler and prove his own self-worth. At which point it's more of an ego and a vanity and selfishness thing than actual love. So that's pretty fucked up. But Battler, as someone who actually loves Shannon, he's worried that, one, not only what if her love for him is just because of the position, like heck, it's a bit of a Stockholm thing, she's on a fucking island. She doesn't have access to really meet a bunch of people. At that point, isn't it kind of predatory for him to be dating her? And of course, or wanting to date her, or being asked and saying, hey, I'll come back and pick you up on a white horse a year from now. And people can say, oh, some people might say, oh, it's very predatory. And some people say, oh, no, it's not at all. It's actually romantic and pure and sweet and just honestly ideal, pure love. But regardless of what end you are on the spectrum, I think Battler would have been worrying. What if I'm a bad person? That I'm abusing my status as an Ushiromiya, and I'm abusing the fact that this person, is working on an island in an isolated situation like this. What if it's morally wrong of me to, what if I'm abusing what if she only likes me either because she's manipulated by the stuff, or what if the circumstances literally warped her own emotional feelings to where, yes, her love for me is sincere, but she didn't develop it naturally, she developed it because of the environment. At which point, does it make me a bad person for wanting to marry her? I think, regardless of how you feel on that, I think Battler himself would be worrying about it. So I think, whether you agree it would be wrong or not, which I don't think it's wrong at all, but I think anyone who actually does sincerely love somebody would be worrying about, am I taking advantage of them? am I doing something wrong? Am I doing what's in the best interest of the person that I care about? Like, if you're someone and you love someone else, you're going to worry, okay, I like this person, they mean a lot to me, but will my love actually make them happy? Am I what's best for them? I think what happened is that Battler would have never fucking said that shit and not meant it. And there's no way he would have ever forgot about Shannon or Rakajima. I am fairly certain that not a single fucking day ever went by that he did not think about Shannon. But he was, one, thinking practically in terms of, okay, we're 13, heck, 12 when they said the promise, and the Ushiromias are very hard ass on shit, and you can see the way they are about shit and treating people, even how Shannon's around Jessica, and realizing that's going to be a huge fucking fight. Plus there's the additional shit going on with, Rudolph and Kairi, and then he's living with the place with Asumu's parents, who knows how that was. I mean, I'm sure they were nice to him, but it's, of course, they didn't exactly like Rudolph either, or Kairi, and they were obviously a bit hurt because their daughter had died. So they probably had some very conflicting emotions as well as a lot of times if you're in a situation where you're avoiding a confrontation, the longer you avoid doing it, the harder and more scary it is to go and face it. So not only was it an issue for him to go and face Rudolph, but eventually it became a convenient excuse where even Battler was lying to himself, saying it was about that. And keep in mind, even Shannon chose to forget her own love for Battler, not because she stopped loving him, but because it was too painful. I think to a large degree he started lying to himself about, Shannon. Like, he would still think about her every day, but I think he was lying to himself and everyone else about that in order to run away from his own pain on that. Shannon herself didn't want to, constantly be thinking about it too, because it was too painful for her. And of course, both of them were worried about the other one rejecting them. Basically, it's that both of them love each other very much, but their love is almost too pure to the point that it's something that when it works out, it would be the most precious thing in the world. But it's also something that would be so difficult that it honestly does need a miracle to get off the ground and work. Like, it's something that's precious, but it's also something that's extremely fragile and easily broken and hard to even start in the first place. The fact that their love for each other is so strong is actually making it harder for them. Because a lot of times you could have people that don't really give a fuck about each other, but they'll just hop into it because they don't really think about things. But you have these people that are overthinking everything, and it's like, okay, both Shannon and Battler are both very intelligent. They're also very emotional, and they have very strong, pure feelings about things. So they're very smart, but they're also the type of people that are very emotionally invested and are going to worry and ruminate and think every possible way it could go wrong. So one, they're going to think about every possible way it could go right to the point that they're so emotionally invested in it, like it's the most precious thing in the world. But at the same time, they're going to be ruminating about every possible way it could be wrong, everything that's wrong with them, this wrong, and that's wrong, and this person. And again, I think Battler got too much in his own head, and he was just scared that, hey, there's no way Shannon could possibly love me. There's no way she could actually like me. She's just going to reject me. If I come back here in a year at 13 and I say to her, hey, Shannon, I'm back. Like I said I would. I'm keeping my promise. I love you, and I've thought about it every day since then. I can't live without you, and I honestly, this day couldn't come soon enough for me. I'm ready to take you with me on a white horse in the sunset. We can get married and everything. And then Shannon says, oh, right, I was just humoring you because you said that and I felt really awkward and you made me feel weird and I didn't know how to say no, and I was just trying to buy some time because I didn't want to. I'm sorry. And like Battler's like, or just like, oh no, I couldn't have liked you, but like I think almost all of it is like Battler's like, yeah, there's no way Shannon would actually like it. That's why, again, when he said that, I think he meant it with his whole chest. But of course he couldn't turn on and face Shannon because he was worried. Now of course she would have a timid look, because she'd be a bit nervous and worried about it because it meant a lot to her. But of course, he was worried that she'd have a timid look in terms of, you know, she's like, oh God, I don't like you like that. It's like, oh, draw. Shannon herself was beating herself up over the fact that, you know, she was even an hour after Battler left, even minutes after Battler left, she was screaming at herself about she should have just agreed to it right then and there. Like, I love you. Like, we don't need to wait a year for your answer. I'll give you my answer now. Like, she was absolutely hard on herself about it. Shannon was just beating herself up over that. And it was torturous for her. It was painful for her. It was so fucking painful for Shannon. But at the same time, Battler felt the same way. But at the same time, he was scared of going back because he's like, oh, if I go back, she's going to say no. She's going to reject me. He was more scared of the rejection because not only was he scared of being hurt by the rejection, but he had so little faith in himself that it wasn't just that he was scared of the rejection, it's that he already in his own mind had just given up hope in himself. He didn't have enough faith in himself. He didn't have enough self-confidence. He was like, yeah, it's not just the fact that I'm scared of rejection, it's the fact that I know it's going to happen. There's no chance of her saying yes at all. Like, he was like, it's going to be an outright rejection. So in the same regard, and he's like, even if she says yes, it's literally just, it's not even just, oh, she's a gold digger just wanting money. It's that she's just some isolated individual who doesn't have any family, who's stuck on this island by herself. She doesn't have anyone to meet or fall in love with. Maybe her feelings for me are absolutely real. Maybe she does love me, and maybe she loves me from the bottom of her heart. But she only loves me because I'm really the only person available who shared her interest for her to talk to. That if she had just been in a more populated city and there had been me and 10 other dudes who all had an interest in the same stories, any one of the other guys would have had her love before me. There's no reason Shannon would ever love me. It's only because she's on a fucking island and there's no one else. It's just the environment. Am I a bad person? Am I taking advantage of her? What if she does say yes, but it's only because I've essentially manipulated her in this situation where she doesn't have any power or control? At which point, it's like I'm a terrible person then if I... It's like, so either, but even then, even with that, she's going to say no. Like, there's no way she could love me. She's going to say no to me. And of course, Battler, being as fragile and cowardly as he is about it, he can't face that. It's too painful for him. After all, isn't it the whole reason why Beatrice, like Shannon makes Beatrice into such a fucking evil, heartless, psychotic villain? So Battler could hate her? Because at the end of the day is this. That's the biggest reason why Battler couldn't win the fucking fight with the witch. Because at the end of the day is this. He didn't have to prove how shit was being done. He could just prove an option that didn't require a witch. He didn't have to prove how it was done, just that it was possible in a way that didn't require a witch. But of course, if there's no witch, then the only people who can commit the crime of murder on the island are one of his family members or one of the servants. And not just, and of course the worst of all is Kyrie and Rudolph, his parents, much more than he even knows, because again, Kyrie actually is his biological mother. He just doesn't know that. But even if he only knows her as a stepmother, he still loves and respects her. And even though he's pissed off at Rudolph and has issues with him, he still, every time he's ever seen Rudolph die, he cries his fucking eyes out. And heck, in the story where, you know, Battler actually does die, and Rudolph's the one who finds the corpse, both him and Kyrie are fucking hysterical. And Rudolph is just foaming at the mouth at, you know, losing. And of course he also lost Kyrie, too, in that situation. But it's just, And of course, we have in this episode 7, we've gotten in game 7, we get where Rudolph and Kyrie basically say they're willing to murder Angie and Battler and everybody else if they have to, and they don't care about anyone or even each other. Now, is that actually how they are? Maybe. I mean, after all, it's the sort of roulette of it. Like in Higurashi, everyone's getting that sickness that causes severe paranoid schizophrenia and, altered brain chemistry. Which, I mean, I can understand, I mean, you ever go too long without eating a cheeseburger? You get cranky. Now imagine more if you had like parasites crawling through your brain that are making you scratch your jugular out of your throat. Obviously, one is more extreme than the other. But the point is, if you're hungry and cranky, you're not exactly yourself. You don't have the same amount of energy, your body's weak, and you aren't thinking clearly. So same way, the fucking gold. Heck, Thorin from The Hobbit, when he saw the gold, got the gold sickness, he wasn't exactly treating his fellow dwarves and Bilbo in the way that would be considered very sane. Point being, a lot of the people, any of them could have turned that murder the way these people are. And granted, all these people already do bad things. But they see the gold, they were already at each other, like they allowed their emotions to get the better of them, they acted basically temporary insanity. Like there was times where Ava was like, if that accidental shot hadn't gone off, it could have kept escalating, and eventually Ava or somebody else would have started killing people over it. Now, of course, sometimes cooler minds can prevail. And especially if you realize things can go in that way, you can try to de-escalate it. But it's just, when those people got to the Room of the Gold, they weren't exactly thinking very clearly. And of course, at the end of the games where you start seeing people getting murdered, again, the people that are trying to survive are not thinking clearly. They're very emotional, and again, you can't blame them on that. You absolutely can't blame them on that. Like, here's the thing, I don't blame people in the past for drinking a lot more alcohol than they could really handle. I mean, think about this. You live in an era without anime or air conditioning, and it's not like there's any Tylenol. What if you have a headache or you have a backache? You can't take an Excedrin. It doesn't exist. Neither does penicillin or clean water. So it's an issue of this. Okay, you have a pounding headache, and there's no Tylenol or Advil, but there's a pain-killing property to alcohol. Plus, also, like, okay, your options are drink the watered-down beer or wine, or drink the water full of parasites that will fill your body full of worms and cause you horrific pain, and you die screaming with blood coming out of your orifice. At which point, you kind of have to drink the alcohol, because it's the only thing that you can drink that won't kill you. But of course, you can water it down quite a bit, dilute it, so it doesn't really get you drunk as much. It's kind of the difference between, are you going to drink watered down juice or drink a Monster energy drink? One of these things has more sugar than the other. Then again, it's like a thing you see, like recently people have been putting Kool-Aid and pineapple together, which I'm sure probably is delicious. But at the end of the day is this. Who looked at a pineapple and was like, you know what? This needs more sugar. It's kind of like someone like looking at a fucking Oreo and like, you know what this needs? Deep fried. Like, I mean, don't get me wrong, I've tried deep fried Oreos. Delicious. Not healthy though. Not healthy. It's delicious, but it's not healthy. But here's the thing. Battler could not win the fight against the witch because he was unwilling to suspect. So here's the thing. He has to deny the existence of the witch. But if he does, the only people that can commit the crime are one of the family members. And he can't bring himself to suspect any of the people, Ava, and let alone Rudolph and Kyrie, as being murderers, let alone murderers of his own family, let alone murderers of a grotesque way. It'd be like, say, Debbie from Invincible, all of a sudden being faced, or even Mark himself being faced with, Omni-Man having killed the Guardians of the Globe, and okay, we're gonna bring in Viltrumites to conquer. Like, Debbie and Mark took that kind of hard, because that was a betrayal of everything they thought, Nolan was. and everything he was to them because he was a precious family member. Same thing with Battler couldn't suspect Natsui. Like at one point Natsui was getting blamed for stuff and he was like, no, he was even standing for Ava. Like he didn't want to believe that any one of his family members, any of those people, yes, they've all done terrible things, but he couldn't, it was too painful for Battler to try to, it made him viscerally sick to his stomach. It twisted his guts in knots. He couldn't. What? You're telling me Ava is killing people? You're telling me Natsui would kill someone? You're telling me one of the servants would poison people? I mean, not only there's the emotional fact that you're reacting that some people are dead and people have been murdered, but I have to suspect one of my aunts or uncles or my cousin or that I've lost family members and I have to suspect this other family member of being a monster? That, oh, by the way, Uncle Rudolph's actually Jason Voorhees. I mean, think about this. Just a little while ago, and a couple episodes ago, and a couple videos ago, we had Kyrie, gun in one hand, butcher knife in the other, having slaughtered many people, including, 9-year-old Maria. Imagine it imagine the person you love and respect most in the world, and then you find out that they, I don't know, blew up a bunch of school buses or something. Or they flew a plane into the Twin Towers. That'd be horrifying. You wouldn't want to accept it. It'd be like Guts accepting, like, what Griffith did. Like, Griffith did terrible, awful, horrible things. Not only were those things in of themselves really, really bad, but the fact that it was Griffith that did it. That's what the issue is for Battler. He wasn't willing to even consider any of the family members would be responsible for such horrible thing. More than that is this. For it to be Kyrie and Rudolph. To a degree, Shannon played the role of Beatrice and chose to be the most evil, disgusting villain possible, describing murdering all of Battler's families in the most horrific ways, to cause him the most pain and suffering, to make him scream in anger, to make him wail in sorrow, so that all of that hate and pain and bitterness could actually be directed at somebody that wasn't painful for him to hate. Someone that was a stranger. Someone who's just that woman from a painting that grandfather's obsessed with. Some otherworldly witch. Because at the end of the day is this. By being the most despicable evil witch possible, Beatrice could make sure that that focus is on her. Because at the end of the day is this. No matter how horrible of an atrocity Beatrice could commit, at least in story, in relating that as that what happened to Battler, telling Battler that story, no matter how she describes doing horrific things to murder and butcher people, that's not how they actually died. But having Battler believe it was just some witch doing this rather than Rudolph or Kyrie, because as it was, it's just Battler didn't even want to, even at the very end of Game 4, even at the end of Game 3, he didn't want to suspect Ava, even though there were very few options left, and it was really the only one that made sense. And she was certainly acting in a way that was very concerning. He didn't want to suspect her. Even though he didn't, he hadn't been part of the family for like 6 years, and he hardly saw Ava at all, to the point that he really hardly remembered anyone. He didn't want to suspect anyone. He wanted to trust and love everybody. He wanted his family. And at the end of the day is this. That's why he made such a big deal about Kairi and Asumu. Is because he felt betrayed. He felt like he's disposable. Again, it's a lack of faith in himself. He puts so much pressure, so much importance, so much significance on the love and acceptance of the people that he values. Like, it's not like he gives a shit, like, oh, a fucking actor, you want to be famous, you want to be accepted by, like, random people. Like, no, you don't need to be famous. You just want the people that are close to you to love and care about you, to accept you, to be good people, for you to be able to respect them. You don't want the person you love, or like, oh, here's my wonderful Aunt Rosa. You don't want to have to come to terms like, oh, did Aunt Rosa murder people? Is she a bad person? Or is Aunt Rosa actually beating Maria? You know, do some of my family members engage in horrible things? You're like he's not wanting to face that. He wants to, like, hey, no, this is my kind uncle, and this is my aunt that's, you know, funny, and she's great to talk to, and, oh, Kairi's actually a wonderful person. Like, I mean, she's not my mom, but, you know, it's just in of herself, she's not a bad person. I actually love and respect her, even though she actually is his biological mom. It's just neither of them know that. Rudolph's an asshole. But it's just like, when either of them died, he cried over both of their corpses in the games. At the end of the day, at every moment, he loved them, but he didn't want to admit it because it was too vulnerable. Now, as far as not when Beatrice asked if you remember the promise, one, not only was a lot of people dying and stuff, but here's the thing. It's just, in the same way, he wasn't willing to suspect Ava or any of the others of actually being the murderer. Like, he wasn't willing to suspect anyone. It's the same regard that he wouldn't, like, there's no way in which your mind is going to accept the idea that someone, again, that you don't want to, like, even if it had nothing to do with him, he would never consider the idea of Shannon being a murderer, because it's just such anathema to him. Let alone the fact that it would be over that promise he made 6 years ago. Like, of course he remembers the promise to Shannon, but one, why would he think Shannon would murder people over it? And two, why would he think his promise to Shannon would have anything to do with Beatrice? Let alone, why would he be thinking about it in the situation where people are dead and all of his family's been killed? It's not that he forgot the promise to Shannon, it's just that it has nothing to do with the scenario he's in. Not only does it not in his mind have anything to do with this random Beatrice woman, but it's just in order to come to that idea, in order to be like, oh, not only would you have to expect that Shannon is Beatrice, but you would also have to come to terms with that Shannon killed all these people. It'd be like having to come to terms with, it's like, oh, this character's, this person that's your best friend or your girlfriend or your boyfriend is Freddy Krueger or some shit. Like, you wouldn't be able to, it'd be painful for you. One, not only because it'd be a betrayal of everything you expected of that person and everything that you loved about that person. Because at the end of the day is this. It'd be like if you loved and respected someone, but then you find out that they did something absolutely horrible. It's like, for you personally, you're less, don't get me wrong, you're grieving for the people that are victims of what this person did. But you're grieving for the victim you care about most of all, the person they were, the person you thought they were, whether they legitimately were the kind, loving person you thought they were, and they fell from grace, or even if they were always a monster and they were just lying to you and it was always a facade and they were just a fucking psychopath and they were always a psychopath and they were just lying to you. The thing is this, even if that person, who they were, was always a lie, the feelings you had for what you believed that person was were real. And the pain in your heart is still real. I'm pretty sure that's a thing from Sephiroth and Cloud in terms of Final Fantasy VII. But the main point is this. Even if it had been Shannon standing on that balcony, dressed as Shannon, and even if Battler had thought about that promise every single day of his entire life, and even if he knew specifically that it was like she was talking about the promise, he wouldn't be able to say it out loud. He wouldn't be able to, his brain would start to shut down. He would start to run away from it. He would start to find any excuse not to acknowledge, because at the end of the day, he doesn't want to connect those dots. He doesn't. Some part of his mind is shielding him from that. Like, here's the thing. I've watched lots of horror movies my whole life. I've seen, like, Nightmare on Elm Street and Hellraiser and all that shit back even when I was, like, 7 years old. Or at least some age around there. But I'll tell you this. Early internet. Don't get me wrong. I think everyone's always understood the concept of what an abortion is. And of course, there's many different ways of that. And of course, I'm not starting this to have a discussion about any of the morals of abortions and stuff like that. That's not what I'm trying to get at, and we've already had enough tangents. What I'm more going with is this. Everything about the idea of such a thing disgusts me and mortifies me. To the point that I was probably maybe 15 years old at the time, very early internet, very dial-up, and, well, I think I was on Newgrounds or something. And of course, on all the old style websites, you'd have ads playing on the side. And here's the thing. I'm not stupid. I mean, heck, I took plenty of IQ tests back when I was 12, 13, and 14, which I usually tend to get scores of 132 to 135. I'm an Eagle Scout. I graduated from high school for 4.0 straight A's, honors diploma. You know, I took calculus, physics, chemistry. You know, absolutely aced everything when it came to all of that. I may have trouble in terms of anxiety type stuff and actually talking to people a bit and actually verbalizing what I say. After all, I do a thing called disorganized speech. Even when I write stuff down, it becomes a bit of a convoluted mess. I don't really structure my sentences in a way that's coherent or flows correctly. My thoughts can be a bit sporadic and all over the place. That being said, like, there are some times where my mind won't click on certain things. For example, when I got into a car wreck, I've been in like a half a dozen car accidents. I've discussed them before. But, like, there was one time where, like, I'd been really, like, I got T-boned by a big-ass truck going 75 miles per hour. Thankfully, I was the only person in the car. But I basically got hit, like, straight on where I pretty much... I saw the grill of a truck coming right at my face. Couldn't hardly move my left arm for a couple of months. All my ribs were as bruised as they could be without being broken. I had purple and black welts that felt like the texture of a basketball that's been overinflated all over from my waist to my feet. I at least have a dozen, I can feel it still on the left side of my skull, like a dozen plus staples I had to get on the left side of my skull. When I looked at the car in the junkyard, to be fair, I had just had a severe blow to the head. But I was looking at the airbag that was almost entirely red, and I'm like, who the fuck? What kind of dumbass decorates an airbag? Heck, if you're gonna decorate an airbag, throw some blue on the two, make an American flag. It was just almost an entirely red airbag with a couple splashes of white. I'm like, what kind of fucking design is this? Like I said, what, it's supposed to be an American flag? Throw some blue on there. And eventually it took a second to click. Like, no, that's blood. That's all of my blood everywhere. I'm like, oh. So again, apparently I did take a severe blow to the head. I've had many concussions over the course of my life. I've taken many blows to the head. I've been poisoned. I've had parts of my life where I've had severe sleep deprivation, depression. I've had meningitis and encephalitis. I've had swelling of the spinal cord, swelling of the brain. I've had at least a dozen fevers of 106 degrees Fahrenheit, once of 107. All of these things are not exactly very healthy for you. But that being said, main point I'm trying to get at is this. A person can be smart, and a person can be fully capable of understanding a thing placed in front of them. But some part of their mind refuses to connect those dots, even though it's not difficult. Even though the person has much more than enough intellect to understand what's in front of them, some part of their mind just refuses to let that intelligence be used for something so self-destructive, so painful, that some part of you understands that something's going to hurt you so that it refuses to let you understand it. Now, of course, this could manifest in many different ways for some other people, whether it be blacked out, or suppressed memories, or dissociation, which, again, I think everyone can understand to a degree, in the same regard as just sort of the not connecting concept I'm saying. Simply put, is this. On Newgrounds, there was plenty of amazing Flash animations back then. Tons of games. It's a lot of fun. There was also hentai quizzes, like Evangelion and stuff like that. Anyway, there's ads on the side, occasional various things. Apparently, that being said, the ad that popped up was meant to be anti-abortion. It was meant to be, raising awareness of it. But here's the thing. Technically what was happening in the ad is it was an anatomical type drawing, like you'd see in a book, and it was animated, and it was of an abortion. Basically, it's a thing where they put the thing up the vagina to sever, the baby's neck, and then vacuum it out of the body. Now, of course, this animation is going off. And I'm certainly well above the necessary intelligence level to understand in terms of, what an abortion is, you understand what a baby is, you understand, basically, you're fully capable in terms of smarts to understand it. But in the same regard, what is being shown is such a repulsive, horrifying thing that is so disgusting, so painful to even think about, that you're not expecting. that your brain just sort of says, no, I refuse to let you understand what is happening. And then you just sit there and and I spent 5 minutes staring at this thing. Just so fucking confused. Like, even though I'm, like, on surface, I'm smart enough to understand, like, I'm far beyond the level of it, you know, the minimum level intelligence you would need in order to be able to understand what a picture is. But my brain is refusing to process this. It's just like something has decided just to switch off that switch, and it's just like, I don't understand. I'm legitimately just looking at this like, I'm so confused. Like I'm looking at this thing and I'm like sort of zoned out at it. I'm like, I feel like something's weird about this, but I don't understand what it is. Like, okay, it's a baby being born. Like that's a baby and a woman, and the baby's coming out of the vagina like babies do, but why is its head moving like that? That's not how births work. Is it stretching? Is this maybe like a new Alien movie? Is it like something to do with robots? It's like, and I'm just like, no exaggeration, at least 5 to 7 minutes, I am literally just staring at this, like, and it's just, it doesn't click for me that this is an abortion. It doesn't click for me that the baby's even being hurt. Like, my brain is refusing to process that, and granted, it's just an anatomical picture. It's not like it's realistic, but, you know, it's drawn well enough that everything is very clear what is occurring. But the point is, it's not clicking for me that the baby is being harmed. It's not clicking that, you know, anything bad is occurring to the baby. My brain is still processing that, oh, this is something to do with, you know, maybe an unusual birth. Maybe the neck got stretched. Like, maybe it's like spinning around in there to, like, maybe it's going to do like a kung fu kick when it comes out of the vagina. Like, obviously, yes, that sounds really stupid and very impractical, but so is Battler's idea of bombs exploding out of people's stomachs because go to put bombs inside cheese soup or something, or fondue, or cheesecake or something. Like, obviously, exploding bombs are not really a thing. But it's just, I spent a good 5 to 7 minutes looking at it. Like, it's just like, I'm looking at it because I can't help but feel like part of me is telling me something is unusual about this. Something is wrong. But I don't understand what it is. And it's not that I'm too stupid to understand what it is. It's just that my brain understands that once I understand what it is, it will make me extremely sad. And so my brain is trying to protect me. It's like, yes, you're smart enough to understand this, but no, we're not doing that. I'm going to make you not understand that. But at the same time, in the same way, like David Icke looking at a shape-shifting lizard person in a video camera, you're like, something's not wrong with this. Something's not right with this face. Like, I don't understand. I'm looking at it like this is something wrong. It's kind of like the uncanny valley. You know, it's like, imagine you met like any of the stuff at the uncanny valley. It's like, you know something's wrong, but it's not like the overly obvious shit you get in SCP or back rooms or shit. No, just a slight offness. Like, imagine if you met someone in real life, and again, maybe a bit of a harsh thing for me to say because I'm ugly as fuck. I am Cthulhu's doppelganger, okay? I understand I'm ugly as fuck, okay? I understand that people see me, they throw up in their mouth. Okay, makes me sad. Get it. Don't get me wrong, I don't mind how I look, though I would not date me. Like, if I met someone who looked like me, I would not have any interest in them at all. I would not be attracted to them. I, however, very much would still like a compliment. I mean, would like it if I was someone's type, you know. I would appreciate being told that I am attractive. I don't like everyone apparently finding me so fucking ugly and always telling me that I'm ugly. But hey, the constant feeling that if you go to a Walmart, everyone in that place is looking at you like, oh my god, that person's so fucking gross. It's like, I feel sad. But, or maybe it's just a major low self-esteem, or a combination of two things. Who knows? Main point is this. Lots of people have told me I'm ugly, and I've also had an abundance of negative. Then again, I got bullied extremely badly in school, to the point that, granted, it eased off the last couple years of high school, but to the point that basically everybody left me alone, and I feel like it was more so the average life for people that are in school, but for most of school, it was like a decade straight of 100+ people telling me 1,000 times a day to go fucking kill myself. And that makes you sad. Just saying, that makes you feel sad. But, point is, I'm just like, it's the uncanny valley thing, but like a small thing to where, like if you see an uncanny valley thing, and you're like, your brain at a subconscious level knows something is wrong, but you are not, your brain's not, you're not processing it on a conscious level. It'd be like, imagine like you ran into like a skinwalker sort of thing, and it's like, say a deer comes up to your house, and it's actually a skinwalker. It's not actually a deer. And there's like small details wrong with the deer, like it doesn't have ears. You don't know that it's a skinwalker cryptid. You just see a deer. But inside your mind, at the most deepest recesses of who you are, there are fucking goddamn primal, alarm trigger, warnings, sirens, klaxons. You have fucking just primordial alarms. You have just every primitive part of your brain is firing those neurons telling you danger, 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 danger. And while these fucking sirens and flashing lights are going off in your brain, every alarm is ringing, every bell is going ding, 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 problem, 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 problem. You're just looking at this deer and you're like, something's wrong here. I'm gonna keep staring at this because what the fuck's happening? Something's not right here. And the problem is, once that clicks, it'd be like, imagine you're like an SCP Foundation, you're looking at this painting, and you're like, something's wrong with this painting. And it's like, almost looks like its swirls are moving a little bit. And then once you realize that the painting's actually moving outward 3-dimensionally towards you, and it's actually alive, it goes from severe confusion to outright terror and dread. Just such severe panic. Same thing. Like my brain, like I'm definitely smart enough to understand that, but at the same time, my brain's like, no, we're not. But of course, at that point, even though my brain's refusing to let me understand what's happening, I just can't help. I can't stop. I'm looking at it like, there's something odd about this. There's something, like, obviously it should be something you instantly recognize in a second. But my brain tried to protect me. But it had the reverse effect. Rather than trying to make me just not acknowledge it, I'm just staring at it for like 5 to 7 minutes. And I'm like, something's wrong here. Like, that's not how babies are born. But even though, like, I'm seeing the thing happen, I'm like, my brain is not, like, I'm not on a conscious level acknowledging that baby is dying. Because that's something I consider very disgusting and extremely sad. And even though it's just some random drawing and stuff, it's just like, maybe I'm a bit too emotionally sensitive. Granted, I'm not very good at expressing those emotions, to the point that some people seem to think I'm a fucking robot. Like people, like in real life, back when like people thought I didn't have emotions or feelings at all, but I actually have really strong feelings and emotions. I'm just not very good at expressing them. I'm also very shy. I'm very vulnerable. I'm a very timid individual in terms of I'm very emotionally withdrawn. And usually my go-to response of if something is making me uncomfortable is to just withdraw more. Like most of my life, I bottled up all my feelings. I didn't talk to people. I don't know if that really counts much that I'm talking to a computer right now. To probably no one ever watching this video to begin with. Then again, I'm pretty sure every video I make is completely cringy. I am boring, I'm annoying, and most of all is this. Every video probably makes everyone listening to me hate me. Like, everything I'm saying probably makes everyone out there lose all respect for me. But then again, this is just a place for me to talk without a filter. I can talk about whatever comes to mind. Though, honestly, I feel like I need a fucking, like, Navi from Link Legend of Zelda floating around to fucking keep me on track. Because, again, I don't know if I have ADHD or autism, but apparently I can't stay on a fucking subject. Apparently I get distracted. This is why, I mean, I am trying to make sure I just do short videos, because if I do videos where I go on for too long, I just go on and I just talk about random shit. I'm trying to just read the story. We haven't even read the story. I just booted up. I'm gonna read more Umineko today, and I'm still gonna try to pump out a bunch of videos. But it's just, I started up. And I was just gonna, real quick, I was gonna start with Shannon. And I didn't get to that, but I start up and I'm like, oh, boobs. And it went into this, and I was thinking to myself, oh, I could, like that's how you ask someone if they have forgiven you or not. And I'm like, and of course, this has just been a fucking tangent. Where it's just, I'm just rambling. Like, again, it's, this is just, I can't help but have random fucking tirades like this where I just start talking like this. Like, I'm trying not to do it. I'm trying to stay focused. Then again, I don't know if it's, I don't know. Like I said, I'm pretty sure I have severe depression and disorganized speech and ADHD and autism and probably bipolar too, who knows, but also definitely borderline personality disorder. I mean, I've looked up the online quizzes and I fucking aced them all. Apparently the autism quizzes apparently think I'm super autistic, which again, I've never been officially diagnosed, and I don't know if it's autism or some sort of other eccentric type thing. I don't know, but I do also know, like, my mood can change a bit to where it goes from, like, I can either be very, very, like, we're gonna autistically talk about fucking trains, guys, to I'm very catatonically depressed. Like, I think it's catatonia, like, basically just sort of like you don't really talk and you just become less responsive. Like, so it's like, okay, we can have periods of just absolute horrible depression bounced off with periods of increased energy and hyper-focus, in terms of hyper-focus in which we're talking about something just very much in depth, even though we're not focusing on it in a certain way, and we're just bouncing around in subjects and connecting things in weird ways that at least make sense to me, but probably are incoherent and just stupid sounding to everyone else. Point is, even if Beatrice had been dressed as Shannon, and even if Shannon literally said, this is because you didn't keep that promise, your sin of not keeping the promise. And even if she literally said it, even if she had a fucking large, poster board with it literally in bold letters written there in front of Battler, his mind wouldn't accept it. He would just start drawing a blank on it. Because his mind would be not able to process it, not because he's not smart. Battler's very smart. It's just that it's the idea that Shannon would be murdering people. That Shannon, his first love, someone who he still loves. Because that's the thing. I'm going from the concept of this. Battler meant it with his whole heart, with his whole chest. Every word of what he said about how much he loved Shannon, he meant every fucking word of it. And he thought about it every single fucking day. To him, Shannon is not only his first love, but a woman he's been pining for and loving for 6 years straight. And then he's been beating him, and then when he gets here, he beats himself up like, oh, she's moved on with George, and it's my fault, and she must never loved me anyway, or if she did, she stopped loving me. So it's like, so either she would have definitely rejected me like I thought, or she would have accepted me, but I didn't come back, which means even if she would have really loved me, and even if it wasn't the Stockholm shit I was worried about she might do, like maybe I was abusing my authority and power over her and being predatory toward her, even if it wasn't even that and it was perfectly fine, the fact of the matter is this: I didn't come back. I was too scared of being rejected by her, and because I did that, I abandoned her, and, well, I mean, if that's the case, I don't deserve her to love me anyway. So even if she would have said yes to me, and even if she would have been sincere and from a good place, and from a place with no ulterior issues whatsoever, and no outside manipulation, even if it was pure and honest in every way, I don't fucking deserve it because I was too much of a coward about that rejection. Like, I was too worried about, like, what if everyone abandons me? Like, what if she's going to abandon me? What if she's going to reject me? Or what if we get together and then she leaves me? And stuff like that. Like, what if it's like all this fear of a rejection and abandonment and loss of self-esteem and faith in yourself and all that? Like, Battler's just not able to even articulate that, like, in terms of, like, he understands it, but he voices it in a different way. But main thing is this. This is someone that he respects. He respects Shannon. He loves Shannon. He thinks Shannon is the most amazing, wonderful person in the whole world. To then come to terms with the fact that she has murdered people, he can't do it. He can't do it. It's because I'll tell you, it's the same thing when I was looking at that ad. It took 5 to 7 minutes of me just staring at it. My brain refused to look at it. Like, I was staring at it, but my brain refused to look at it in terms of understanding what was happening. And I just kept looking at it like, I don't understand. Like, did someone draw this poorly? Is it supposed to be like robots? It's like an alien thing, or is it glitching out? I kept jumping to like, okay, there's some sort of glitch occurring. But even then, my brain wasn't processing what the glitch was looking like even. Like, even if it was like, oh, here's a nice little picture of a baby being born, but it's glitching out to look like an abortion, my brain wasn't even acknowledging what the glitch would look like. So even if you could say, oh, this is just a thing about a baby being born, but it's glitching out to make it look like an abortion, my brain was still like not even acknowledging what the glitch would look like. So I'm thinking to myself, oh, it's just this glitch. There's some sort of computer code error and it's making it look different than it should. But at no point is it, oh, that's what it would look like if, the baby was going to die. Like, no, I'm still like looking at it like everything's fine. No one's getting hurt. There's nothing bad here. And keep in mind, this is coming from someone who would, watch Puppet Master movies, all sorts of horror movies. And again, I'm somebody who reads Edgar Allan Poe. But it's like, even though I enjoy like violent video games, I'm not the kind of person that would hurt people to the point that most people would call me a fucking pussy because, well, let's be clear, I don't want to hurt anyone. If I ever do hurt anybody, it would literally be self-defense. And in general, I'd rather just avoid it. Like, heck, even if I'm in a situation where I could fight people, I would rather just avoid it, even if everyone just calls me weak and a coward and a pussy, and even whoever disrespects me, I would rather have people think I'm some cowardly weakling than hurt people just for people to fucking praise me. Oh wow, look how strong he is. Like, yeah, but now somebody's hurt. Now, don't be wrong, if there's a situation where someone's doing something bad, like, obviously, yes, I feel anger just like everyone else. And yes, I appreciate my life. I may have depression, but I don't want to die. I've never tried to kill myself. I never will. That being said, yes, I get fucking sad as fuck. And I've probably thought about, stuff about, the whole game ending stuff. Probably every day since I was like 7 years old. But I've never attempted it. I never will. It's just... I appreciate my life. That being said, if I have to, if I'm in a life-death situation and someone's trying to, kill me or something, say if I'm at a bar and someone brings a gun and they plan to shoot up the place, if I have the ability to kill the active shooter, to kill the fucking mass murdering serial killer, I will do it to save my life and to save the lives of others. Because I want to save my life. I want to save the other people's life. I don't want people to die. But at the same time, I'm going to feel bad afterward. I don't want to hurt anyone. I would rather be able to resolve it without killing people. But of course, it'd be like, if anyone here had the option to kill the terrorists that were hijacking the planes at 9/11 with the Death Note from, anime Death Note, would you? Now, granted, let's say you don't know anything about the future. Let's just say either who you were at the time of 9/11 or even just the personality you have now. If the hijackings were about to happen, and all of a sudden a Shinigami showed up to you and gave you a death note and said, hey, all you gotta do is write these people's names in this book and they'll die of heart attacks. But if you don't, well, they're going to hijack this plane and drive it into a tower, killing thousands, including themselves and everyone else on the planes. Do you write the names in the death note? Well, I would say yes. Yes, you do. And while you could definitely say there's nothing wrong with it, you made the right choice in every way. It's absolutely the correct choice. And you shouldn't be hard on yourself. I'll tell you, many people would still feel a bit odd about that. Then again, of course, Light Yagami's dad did say the death note itself is a curse. Because in the end of the day is this. While there are acceptable uses of it, the more you would use the death note, the more it would change you as a person. So again, everything's a bit of a moderation type thing. In terms of, again, the Odysseus thing. There's a time and place for it. But of course, well, Odysseus definitely had a much easier time of making such a decision because, well, that wasn't the first time he had ever killed anyone. And it probably wasn't the last. Now, of course, I feel that every time Odysseus ever killed anyone, it was justified. But, heck, I don't know. Does that same statement apply to Achilles? To Alexander the Great? I don't know. And I'll say this, there's many times soldiers have to kill people, and again, there's nothing wrong with that. Now, of course, people could say, oh, depending on what side of the war and all that, but main point is this. Any country, its free people, depend on the sacrifice of the military in terms of they have to be willing to risk their own lives, and they also have to be willing to kill enemy soldiers. I mean, that's actually a very honorable, commendable thing. But at the same time, the amount of therapy a person would need, or then again, maybe there's some people that are fine with it. I mean, maybe I'm just too sentimental, too soft. And I mean, yeah, I probably am. But that's just who I am. Just because such a thing is too much for me doesn't mean other people aren't made of stronger stuff than I am. Though, then again, I would say even people that are much, much stronger than me on that probably still feel horrible about a lot of things. Even though They shouldn't, but they probably still do. I don't know. Main point I'm trying to say with that is just like, my brain wouldn't acknowledge it at first. Spent like 5 to 7 minutes staring at it. Like, I think I was like 15 years old. And I'm like looking at this ad, and it's like, it's an abortion happening. And again, that's just, what year would that have even been? 2003 internet? 2002? I think that was 2002. I think it was 2002. Either 2002 or 2003. Not sure. But it's just, I couldn't help but feel something was wrong, but I couldn't. My brain kept trying to tell me no. And then eventually it's just, it's kind of like, again, Angie freaked out about the whole Rudolph and Kyrie thing, even though it showed in front of, like, no, she wouldn't accept it. Like, no, that's a lie. It's a lie. It's wrong. Same thing, I'm looking at this gif of an abortion, and I'm like, it's like, what kind of weird glitch causes this? It's like, huh. Heck, it kind of makes me think of Halo 2. Granted, the Halo series didn't come out for like another 5 years after it, but looking back on it now, it kind of makes me think of Halo 2. There's a multiplayer map called Midship. If your character dies next to one of the walls that has a little bit of a force field, if the limbs interact with it with your death, it then starts to glitch out and stretch quite a bit. In of itself, it's kind of a goofy, silly thing. I mean, I'll do crazy shit in a video game. Like in the original Crackdown game, I would they had a harpoon gun, and I would harpoon a bunch of people to the wheels of my car, and then I would drive the car with the people that were like a bunch of corpses impaled onto my wheels down the sidewalk through people while firing rocket launchers out the side. And again, it's an enjoyable thing to do in a game. Not something I'd ever do in real life. But yeah, the ad, I'm looking at it, like, it's not clicking. But then once it does, once my brain realizes that, yeah, the part of me that's innately curious and notices if something's wrong, and I'm like, oh, if I see something wrong, I need to keep looking at it because it's like a puzzle, and I want to try to solve the puzzle. Except for the puzzle was my brain trying to protect me from things that would make me feel sad. Anyway, once click happened, and I understood what I was looking at, I threw up and cried a bit. I felt really, really grossed out and disgusted by it, and I felt extremely sad. Granted, it was just a drawing and pic, but I just felt sick to my stomach. I just felt horrible. And again, like I said, maybe I'm just too overly emotionally sensitive, which again, might sound a bit weird coming from a person that reads things like Edgar Allan Poe, from someone who, even from a much younger age than that, watched tons of horror movies full of gore. But then again, let's be clear. Jason Voorhees isn't chopping up kids. Even Freddy Krueger. All of his actual victims are people that are teenagers, at least in terms of the movies. You see stuff like flashbacks, but here's the thing. You never actually see the violence against the kids, let alone a baby. All the people you see Freddy Krueger actually kill, not just implied, but actually see it, it's people that are, even though they're technically teenagers, they're all, well, heck, they're all played by adults. Heck, most of the people playing, like, teenage people in TV shows are, like, fucking 30. It's just, I suppose there are certain lines that, even if you watch a horror movie, there are certain things that are just... you don't get desensitized to. You don't, like... you can watch, like... it'd be like watching the fucking Saw movies. You can see that stuff, like, oh, that's horrifying, but... it's... there's difference between, okay, here's this drug dealer dealing with it, as opposed to, okay, here's like some kid from a fucking primary school. Like, just, even if you're able to watch a fucking, and even then, I'll still, like, I'll see a Saw movie, like, oh my god, oh fuck. Like, I'll even see some of the stunts in the Jackass movies and be like, oh my god, oh my god. Like, oh, Steve-O got hit by a bull, fuck. Where's that Johnny Knoxville? Either way, it's just... there are certain things that just... I don't know. That even if you watch a horror movie, there are still certain things that are just... so far past the line that it's just horrific. That it's just... there's a difference between, okay, here's a slasher villain, you know, slashing people, as opposed to something that's like you guys get what I mean. And that's what Shannon being a serial killer is to Battler. That, here's the thing, he didn't forget about the promise, and it wasn't just some melodramatic line he said. He loved her. He meant it. And then when he came back, when they brought it up, he had been thinking about that every single day for the last 6 years. He made up a lie saying that he didn't remember. He remembered. He just thought it would be less emotionally painful to say he'd forgot than to admit, oh yeah, I remember. I had been thinking about it every single day for the past 6 years. Especially when he could see that, okay, she had moved on with George. What's he going to say at that point? Oh yeah, I remember. I've thought about it every single day since then, and I not only was she my first love, but I still am madly in love with her. But I was too much of a coward to come back because I was worried that she would reject me. Or that if she only did say yes to me, it would be either ulterior motive, or it'd be just because of the environment of this island, to where she didn't love me because of me or her, but because of the environment. And now it's like, oh right, I was too much of a coward of being rejected by her because I was still overwhelmed by all my own emotions, too confused, still trying to understand myself, and also it was too scary for me to come back to face the possibility of rejection to her. Or even, what if she says yes and it is pure love, but I was like, how do we'll be 13 at that point, and we have to deal with the family and face life and the challenges of things and how we'd pay for things, and what if I can't take care of her? What if, you know, Shannon really does love me and I love her very much, but I can't take care of her, and then, you know, we're living homeless, or she's starving, or she's sick, or what, she gets hurt and I can't protect her? What if she's better off without me? What if I pretend that I forgot about everything? She can be happier without me. Like, maybe my love isn't the best thing for her in the world. Maybe if I really do love Shannon, I can just abandon her. Maybe that'd be better for her. Maybe she'd be happier that way. Then again, there's no way she could actually love me. And so he pretended that he didn't remember. He even made a joke fooling at himself for it. But he remembered. Same way as he still had feelings for her, but what's he going to do? Now that she's moved on, one of two things are going to happen. Either she doesn't love him at all anymore. Like, either she never loved him at all and would have rejected him, but even if she would have loved him, even if she would have said yes, either one, she doesn't love him at all anymore, or even possibly hates him, or doesn't feel anything, or maybe if Shannon does love him, maybe him bringing up that he still loves her would only cause her pain. So maybe it'd be better if he just kept quiet and just left things be, and Shannon and George can have their happily after. After all, he doesn't deserve Shannon. Even if she would have loved him, he was too much of a coward to come back to, confess his love for her. So he doesn't deserve her, and she's better off without him. That's probably what Battler's thinking. And after all, she's got George, and George is an awesome person. He's my amazing older cousin. He's a good guy, and honestly, he's better for her in every way than I ever could be. I feel like I'm not a good person, but rather than have an inferiority complex and need to prove myself better than him, it's more like, I love Shannon, but I want what's best for her. And I'm not deserving of that, and I didn't come back like I said I was going to. So even if she did love me, that's gone, and either she doesn't love me anymore, or if she does, it's all I would do if I bring it up, I would just cause her pain. I would just hurt her. So the best thing I can do is just make a silly joke of it and ignore it. But then not only is other people dying, but then you have to admit that it was her that killed everyone. You have to admit that she killed everyone. Battler's just, even though, like, she could literally be holding a fucking diagram, showing a graph, explaining everything she did. And it's just, he would not be able to accept, like, that Shannon, because here's John, he wasn't even willing to accept that Ava or the random aunts or cousins might have been responsible, let alone the woman that he was in love with. It's just, in the same way, Shannon was being Beatrice's villain because it's easier and less painful for Battler to hate some random stranger fantasy witch than having to come to terms with that his dad and his mom were the murderers, killing everyone, including him, and that they were willing to throw Angie away, and they did it just for some money. For Battler, being the naive, pure, hopeless romantic, like, even though he's smart, even though he reads a bunch of detective novels and reads books and reads all these murder mysteries, like, all these detective novels they're focused around murder mysteries. He reads all these murder mysteries. Even Shannon herself, at the time, even a couple years or so before all this happens, could have never expected that she would do all the shit that she was going to do. But at that point, it was more like she became so fucking broken that she was like, at this point, I'm just going to commit suicide with this whole fucking family. Like, I'm going to kill myself, and I'm going to kill everybody else with me. I'm just going to make a huge group suicide. Because there's so many things that happen with Shannon that honestly are absolutely horrible, and many of them are things that should never happen to any person ever in all of human history. That should never happen to anyone. People should not have to suffer in certain ways. Like, there are certain things that are just, there's no reason for a person. Like, I understand in terms of society, like, there's, people have to go through things in life in order to grow, and society has to have things happen for society to grow. But there are certain things that there's no justification for it to happen. There are certain lines that shouldn't cross. And of course, many of those lines are crossed in terms of bad things that happened to Shannon, in terms of her life. Whether you look at it as the life of Shannon, or as her life as Leon Ushiromiya. Because technically, she would have been Leon Ushiromiya had she not fallen off a cliff as a baby. Technically, even if you look at it from the viewpoint of Beatrice or Claire or any of those people, and of course, there's multiple Beatrices. And honestly, I think these things could apply to all of the Beatrices, especially with that one little flashback where we saw where Kenzo actually, was the one orchestrating stealing the gold. Because in the one flashback we initially saw where he told Leon, it was a heartfelt tale where he fell in love with Beatrice and was telling her, and they were like actually romantic with each other, and then the rest of his soldiers were bad people who were, who made the plot and do all the bad things. But then we see a flashback where Kenzo's the one orchestrating it. At which point it literally does become he betrayed everyone and kidnaps Beatrice and holds her like a prisoner. And of course there's the thing where he raises after she dies, raises the daughter as her, and then of course forces herself on her, and then that's bad. And then of course there's a baby born of that, and of course eventually that Beatrice dies. But then the baby's born, but he decides he wants the baby to be raised. Of course he gives it to Natsui, the wife of his eldest son Kraus, to raise as their child. And his plan was to name the child Leon Ushiromiya. However, Natsui basically throws the baby off a cliff. However, the baby lives, but Genji and the others, Genji and Dr. Nanjo and Kumasawa, lie to Kenzo, say the baby died, send the baby off to be raised in an orphanage as Shannon, technically a Sayo Yasuda, but again, Tyler Durden here has like 20 different personalities. It's like Tyler Durden in a kaleidoscope. But it's just Shannon. There's lots of horrible things that happen to Shannon that nobody deserves to suffer. But it's just Battler, even though he's smart, even though he reads all these murder mysteries where people are being killed, to think that Shannon would be a killer, let alone a killer of, to think that the person that he loves so much would be responsible for killing other people, innocent people, and then killing people that he also loves. It'd be like, imagine if you were a father that had 9 children, and then one of your children killed the other 8. You'd not only mourn for the death of each of those 8 children, but you'd mourn for the soul of the child that literally became a demon. Same thing with Battler with Shannon. He's mourning for the death of all the people she killed. But he's also mourning for Shannon, that the person, either she was a pure innocent soul who fell. It'd be like talking about Lucifer, like if you're one of the angels that knew Lucifer before he fell. You're like, Lucifer was good and there was no evil in him, and then all of a sudden he became something. Like, I don't know how old the angels would have been at that point, in terms of maybe they were millions of years old by then, by human standards. But certainly Lucifer would have had friends who would have been struggling to, like, even though they never fell themselves and would never betray God, it certainly would have to hurt them to come to terms with how someone they respected changed, or possibly even someone they loved changed. So that's the biggest thing. Like, Battler's sad because the people have died, but also he's bad because he has to, like, acknowledge the same way. Even, like, imagine what happens in this situation, because we've only seen Leon and Angie react to Rudolph and Kyrie being revealed as the killers. Heck, even in that one scene where we see Ava pull a shotgun and actually aim it right at Battler to shoot him, he's still, like, in denial about it. Because it's like, it can't be Ava. No, she wouldn't do it. Even as she's literally pulling the trigger, blowing his brains out, he still can't accept that she would kill anyone, even though she's literally pointing a barrel in his face. Because even though he's certainly smart enough to understand what Ava pointing a barrel of a shotgun in his face means, he doesn't. It's too painful. Same way like this. We've seen, and again, at some point we'll find out Kyrie's reaction and Battler's reaction to finding out that they actually are biological mom and son. But I don't know when. That'll probably happen in Game 8, the final game. Right now we're still in Episode 7. But the thing is this. how does Battler... what happens when we see the actual response, like, of Battler finding out that it's Kyrie and Rudolph doing the killing spree? Like, here's the thing. Let's say Battler's standing outside the guest house. After all, he saw, maybe that's even where we're going. Maybe that's even the direction the story's going. Because we still haven't heard about what happened to Battler in this game. Technically, everyone's dead. Though we haven't heard about Kumasawa and Nanjo at this point necessarily, but she did have a slaughter, so I assume they were all, including Genji, were in the guest place. Though, wouldn't they have noticed the phone calls and the people leaving in the middle of the night? Or they just went up to bed and everyone else, the cousins just stayed up late playing cards and everyone else was asleep because they were fucking old and Red Bull has not been invented yet. Maybe if Red Bull existed, people would live. But it's just... We do know Battler saw Kyrie on her way to the guest house holding a gun. And he never actually wound up at the place with Rudolph, where Ava was. He probably followed Kyrie. He was probably really confused and curious. Because after all, I can tell you this, if someone's really smart and they like reading a lot, especially things like detective novels, then above all, they're going to be very curious, inquisitive people. They're going to be people that are going to ask questions about everything. And they're going to, anytime they see any sort of new puzzle or a new story, or anytime they even have a good story that they've read multiple volumes of, they'll want more. So in the same regard, I think Kurama said it in the Chapter Black arc of Yu Yu Hakusho. If there is a building on fucking fire in public, and people aren't just standing outside gawking, staring at the burning building, it's because they're not able to. Here's the thing. If you have a building suddenly on fire somewhere, or collapsing, or something's happening in public, people... It's not even from a bad place. Like, if there's a car accident, and you're driving past it, you're looking. You're like, what's happening? What's going on? You're going to be staring at it. You're like, what happened? How did the car get in an accident? Is anybody hurt? It's not even like you're enjoying it. It's more like just something has happened. You have questions. You need answers. You don't need sleep. It's why you watch anime. Like, if there's an anime of like really amazing arcs, like there's great fighting, and you want to know who wins. You're like, okay, I need to sleep, but also I need to finish the story. I want to know how the story ends. I want to know that. But even then, once you finish the story, like, okay, I need more. It's like you want. But the problem is, a person has that kind of characteristic. You see something unusual, you're going to pursue the interest of it. Like Bruce Campbell would fucking hate me. Like Lunar, stop reading the Necronomicon. But sorry, Ash. I still think the original two Pokemon movies, the Pokemon First movie and the Pokemon 2000 movie, were awesome. Then again, I had the soundtracks to all three of the first VHS Pokemon movies. Absolutely awesome music. But it's just... someone like that's going to be curious. He's going to see Kyrie like that, and he's going to follow her. He's not going to approach her right away. He's just going to see her go into the guest house, and he's like, what the... And even though it's obvious what's happening, Kyrie is holding a gun. Why would somebody be holding a gun? She's even got blood on her face, and Battler can even tell that. But he doesn't understand. At no point does it click on him that anyone's been hurt at all. That anyone's died or even been injured in any way. And he sees her in the middle of the night, in the dark, in the rain, in a typhoon, walking into the guest house, which should just have Maria and some old people like Nanjo, Kumasawa, and Genji, who are all sleeping, and she's holding a shotgun. Obviously, anyone with 2 brain cells can put 2 and 2 together. You know, anybody that can read an analog clock, you'd be like, oh, that person's going to kill people. That person is going into a building with a shotgun. They're going to murder people. Like anyone with any common sense, any amount of intelligence, anyone who is smarter than a fucking tree, anyone with even half the intelligence of a koala, instantly knows. Murder. This person's going there to murder. Battler, though, it didn't click. He's smart enough, but the realization of what that answer is too painful. So it's not clicking. And he's just staring at it, and he's just confused. It's kind of like, imagine you're someone who's very sleep deprived. You haven't slept in days. And you're normally able to, say, put your keys in a doorknob to unlock it, but right now you're so tired that you're not able to think clearly, and you're not even able to put the key in the, like, you can't figure out how to unlock a lock. You're too tired, and you can't. It's something basic, something easy, something as simple as tying your shoes that you can do like that you shouldn't have to think about. Something that normally, like, say, when it comes to tying shoes, you could be fully awake and you could be just having a conversation with somebody, and you tie it, not even paying attention, just do it automatic. You don't even need to think about it. After all, using keys or something like that, or doing something. But now it's like, you can't do a simple thing. You can't. Or like, say you ever wake up and it's just like you're not fully awake. So you're not running on all cylinders. So whether it's from lack of sleep, lack of nutrition, or because your brain is just refusing to, almost like your brain is a horse, and you're driving that horse toward a cliff. The horse is able to jump into the cliff. It's not that the horse is too weak to jump into the cliff. It's just, it knows better than that. So even though the driver's trying to send it that way, same thing with this. Your brain knows jumping in that cliff's going to be painful. But you don't understand that. You don't see the hole at the end of the cliff. You think the road goes on. You don't know there's a hole in the road. But your horse can tell there's a hole in the road. It's kind of like you're riding your horse next to a forest, and all of a sudden your horse doesn't want to go forward. You're like, I don't see anything wrong, but your horse knows that there's a jaguar behind that next tree, but you don't. And you're trying to tell your horse, no, I need somewhere I need to be. We need to get up to the, I don't know where you'd be going in a forest with a horse, but you guys get what I mean. In that situation, your brain is the horse. Your brain is able to keep going. But your brain also knows that if it keeps going, we're going off that cliff. Acknowledging that Kyrie is a murderer, acknowledging that Shannon is a murderer, is that cliff. He literally sees Kyrie going through the rain with a shotgun. He sees the gun clearly. Anyone looking at that should honestly know instantly, oh, this person's about to commit murder. That gun is in their hands for a reason. It's not like she's coming over like, hey, Maria, look at this gun. It's got obsidian on the side of it. It's like from Minecraft or something. It's so fucking cool. It's a collector from back in the Minecraft wars. And it's like, cool. And it's like, Maria be like, what's this say on the side, Aunt Kyrie? 6'7". There was a goddamn it, fucking brain rot. It's also in Italian, which actually fucking fits because Beatrice is Italian. Oh my god. So fucking dumb. 6'7". Like, oh my god. It's like, well, if I ever had subscribers, I'd unsubscribe now. But it's not like she's coming over the middle of the night to be like, hey, I just wanted to show you guys this cool antique gun. It's not loaded or anything. I just wanted you to see it. No. No. It's not very logical. But Battler can't really. After all, if Battler understood, even if he was like, okay, I don't want to fight Kyrie, even if she's trying to kill people, I don't want to fight her, and I don't know where George and Jessica are, and they're probably already dead, even if Battler is able to instantly acknowledge this stuff, and he's like, okay, I don't want to hurt Kyrie, but I don't want to let her kill people. Either he'd come up with a plan to A, surprise Kyrie and knock her unconscious, and then tie her up and, you know, maybe take her to the police to go to jail, but, you know, not, you know, have to kill her. Or if he's like, okay, I need to just focus on saving people, he could be like, okay, she's going to the mansion. I'm going to climb the side of this, grab Maria, and we're going to fucking run. Either way is this. If he acknowledges right away what is occurring, he can make a plan of action to combat this. He can make a strategy. He can either find a way to stop Kyrie or to rescue the would-be victims. However, we know that she slaughtered everyone. However, I think Battler just kept staring. Because after all, I've said before, in a way, Leon has my personality, the way he talks during the funeral, like his personality, his mannerisms. But also, I've said before, I think my personality is best described as a Dragon Ball Z fusion of Battler and Maria. Then again, I've also described my personality as a DBZ fusion of 11 various anime characters. Technically, 11 fusions of anime characters. So 22. Fusion number 1, look at my profile picture, is a fusion of Yusuke Urameshi and Sailor Moon. I would also say fusion number 2 is my personality is best described as a Dragon Ball Z fusion of Astolfo and Jack Hanma. Though I do think a fusion of Astolfo and Jack Hanma would look like Ramada Amamura from Hypnosis Mike. Also Chronogorgon from Assassination from Soul Eater and Vash Stampede. Stein from Soul Eater and Nagisa from Assassination Classroom. Chip, the Cable Guy, is played by Jim Carrey, and Ernest P. Worrell is played by Jim Varney. Vegeta in the 2003 Guilty Gear XX Testament from 2003. Fusion 7 is Goku and Tsukasa from Dot Hack Sign. Fusion 8 is Shinji Ikari and Zelos Metallium. Fusion 9 is Licht Bak Rihito and Takumi Nishijo. Fusion 10 is Date from AI Somnium Files and Mikan Sumoki. And Fusion number 11 is Mega Man Volnut from Mega Man Legends and Alucard from Team Fullstar. But the main point is this. Battler can't. Battler can't acknowledge that Kyrie would be killing people. At least until it's undeniable. But I say my understanding of Battler is this. He probably sees Kairi walking through the rain with that gun. He sees her going to he follows her. He sees her going to the guest house. He's like, huh? And then he stands outside in the rain, looking at the guest house, looking at the windows, and being like, what? Like, obviously he's smart enough, but the fact that it's Kairi doing it, his brain's like, what? And then he hears gunfire and flashes. And then it starts to dawn on him. It starts to click. And he's like, oh, what? No, she wouldn't. No. Blast. No. Blast. No. Blast. Blast. Scream. Blast. And he's just standing there in the rain. He's lightheaded. He can't think. He can't move. Why are my legs wet? I'm on my knees. I lost my balance and I'm kneeling on the ground. My knees are down. My butt's also down. I'm just like sitting here. My arms are just laying in this puddle next to me, and I'm basically just sitting here on my knees, all crouched down because my body's just given out on me. I can't move. I can't stand back up. I feel dizzy. I hear ringing. I feel wet. I feel cold. I can't breathe right. And I can see the door opening. Kairi's and she's covered in blood, and she's just walking on, and she doesn't see me here, but she's just going, and there's blood. There's so much blood. She wouldn't. No, she couldn't. She wouldn't do that. She's not like that. No. It's and then eventually, after she's already walked past, he probably slowly clambered to his feet. He probably fell over a few times. Probably the first 4 or 5 times he went to stand up, he just fell back over, probably scraping his elbow on the ground. And he starts stammering to the door, walking almost like he's drunk. He gets into the building. He's at the entranceway. He's leaning against the hallway. He's propping himself up on his bloodied elbow from falling on the ground. He can barely walk. He's stammering. And then Maria. And then Maria on the wall. And Maria on the wind. And I have to wake Maria up. We gotta wake up Maria. Maria, wake up. I'll fucking slap you. I'll slap you in the face. Come on, Maria, wake up. Maria, wait. Oh, my hand. That's part of her brains. There's the doctor. And then he goes around, just finds everybody, and it's like, oh. At which point, more than likely what Battler would do at that point is just stay in the guest house. Just sit there. Just sit there. Maybe to go back to the main room where Maria was. Sit down on the couch. Almost completely catatonic. Fully awake, not tired at all, not even remotely sleepy. But just no sense of panic, no worry. It's not even that he accepts what's happened. He just dissociates, sits there, and just stares off at the wall. Like you're watching clouds go by. It's, oh. That's the kind of person Battler is. Yes, a bit cowardly. Maybe way too emotionally sentimental, way too sensitive, even though he's very intellectual and very much into reading about violent murder mysteries and playing violent video games. He's, at his core, literally just a fucking cinnamon roll. And he just isn't at his core a hateful person, but rather a very good but very fragile person, a very passionate person, a person with strong emotions who isn't able to express them adequately and doesn't feel like anyone could accept him. He's not a very confrontational person. More the kind of person to disengage and just sort of shut down or withdraw. Battler certainly worried about rejection, worried about abandonment, worried about betrayal, and a very emotionally sincere individual. After all, we saw that in every game. When he came across the corpses of Kyrie and Rudolph, he wept bitterly over their corpses. He cried every time he found someone dead. He cried anytime somebody was disrespected, when Cannon was accused of something even though he just recently met him. He cried when people were accusing Ava of being the murderer or accusing Natsui of being the killer. When Ava and Natsui were both blaming each other, he didn't want to take either side. He didn't want to blame either of them when they were saying, oh, maybe all the servants are in on it. Even if it was just like Genji or the Goda guy who's good at cooking. He didn't want to suspect anyone. He didn't want to think badly of other people. He wanted to trust them. Remember, before the internet, before the concept of printed books largely lost meaning in terms of sales, people used to keep track of how many books, how many copies of a book were sold. There were many books that were so popular they were sold all over the world in every language. Obviously, the most printed book in all human history is the Bible. But the second most printed book in all of human history was Don Quixote by Sir Cervantes. a story written almost 500 years ago. About a time even a couple hundred years before that. About a man who was essentially an otaku. Because that's basically what he was back then. He was a man, he wasn't exactly considered wealthy in terms of rich, but he had enough money and status that he never had to work in his life. And he spent his life reading books like King Arthur, the anime of his day, stories of medieval knights and chivalry and amazing adventures. The Bakali grappler of the Renaissance. The Dragon Ball Z of the medieval era. And he idolized the people that are so courageous, so passionate. But then when he looked at the world around him, everyone was so hateful and petty and shallow. No one lived up to the ideals that were espoused in all of his anime and his manga. Because that's what Don Quixote was. He was an otaku, he was a weeb, he was a hikikomori, essentially, who was obsessed with his mangas and light novels. Romanticizing heroic champions and true love. And then looking at the world around him. And they fell short of measuring up. He tried to test the world around him. And everyone was found wanting. And so this aged, elderly, obviously Alzheimer's, Parkinson's individual who definitely has Alzheimer's when you read the story, but from a perspective of people that didn't understand what elderly dementia was. And he went out trying to be the light in what he saw as a dark world. He tried to be the gallant knight, saving princesses, fighting giants, riding with a squire. That's what Don Quixote was. Though I do recommend reading Don Quixote for yourself. Heck, I recommend, like I said, The Odyssey. Though I'd say the movie's much better than the book. I recommend reading Edgar Allan Poe. I recommend reading all of Shakespeare's tales. I recommend reading the Canterbury Tales. Then again, I'm kind of weeb that I have like the Final Fantasy Ultimania volume collection. I have books about Warhammer and various light novels. I'm still looking forward to volumes 17 and 18 of Overlord whenever they come out. I want to know how the story ends. I'm looking forward to the rest of the light novels of Reincarnated as a Slime get animated. Heck, did you guys know Mel Gibson's making a sequel to The Passion of the Christ? We'll just call it The Passion of the Christ 2. It'll come out for Easter in 2027. Heck, there's gonna be a Spaceballs too. But Battler is very smart. And he enjoys puzzles and mysteries. And he's good at them. But he's also a bit cowardly. And he's also very, very passionate and has such incredibly strong emotions and feelings. That when he feels them, it's almost like the way he feels about everything becomes a whole different world. Like everything expands. Like it'd be like if you found a bunch of Aboriginal people who have been living in caves their whole lives, and they've never been in a place like the caves are always narrow tunnels. Like at any point, no matter where you were, unless you were against one wall and trying to reach for another wall, you would be out of reach. But if you were in a place anywhere where you were, there was always a place for you to reach a wall. There was never a space wide enough that you'd be able to stand in an open area and stretch out your arm and not touch a wall. And you find these Aboriginal people, and they've been in these tunnels for such a long time, and everything they see is in these narrow tunnels, and it's dark, and it's just, there's bugs on the wall, and that's all they ever see. Little bugs or things that are never further away than an arm's reach. It's not that their eyes can't see far away, it's just there's never been a fucking far away. And then you take these Aboriginal people out of these little narrow caves, you take them to a bright open field, and there's clouds up above, and you're looking out at the field, and you're above, there's a little bit of a hill. It's not a cliff, it's a little alluvial hill, and you're looking down at there's a bunch of buffalo and bison and all sorts of, and these are large animals, but they're like half a football field away. And the Aboriginal people, they see them and they're like, what kind of bugs are those? And they reach out to grab them, but then they're like putting their fingers to where they see the buffalo are, but they're not touching them. And they're like, what? And they start walking forward and they're like moving their arm, and it's like, what why is... That's what it is for Battler. That his normal state of just being in his calm state, being in a not really facing the emotions he has, is those little narrow tunnels. But then once he actually allows him to express his emotions, the emotions that are always there, but are buried behind walls and walls of rock. It's that wide open bright field with the clouds rushing by, the leaves and the grass blowing in the wind, and these weird bugs called bison off in the distance, and you don't even know what the distance is, but you feel it. You feel every bit of it. That's what it is for Battler. But at the same time, it's a feeling that not only is it overwhelming and more than anything, but no one could ever accept that you feel this way. In fact, everyone hates you and they all want you to die. And you're like, that sounds a bit excessive. But isn't that how Battler felt to a large degree? The whole thing with Rudolph, he lost a sumo. The person who thought was his mother dies. He brings in this other person, which it's like, oh, is everyone replaceable? And if you were lying about this, you were already sleeping with this other woman ahead of time, right? So, what else are you lying about? Feelings of abandonment, loss, rejection, betrayal. Of even if someone wouldn't betray or abandon you, eventually people die, of having extremely strong emotional connection. But the people falling short of that expectation, like Kyrie fell short when he sees her with the shotgun. He can't accept it. And even when he can, it's more than he can bear. That in itself, even though his body's still living, his heart feels like it's died. Battler is a silly, goofy person, but a lot of times it's a mask to hide just things that are just, if felt fully, are too painful. And more than that is this. Not only are they too painful, but no one else would accept those feelings. No one else would respect those feelings. No one else would even care. After all, if when Shan and them mentioned that, oh yeah, you said this one thing, you mentioned that, oh, it really was a very precious memory to you, and it meant a lot to you, and you love her very, very much, it would only cause pain to people. It'd only make them hate you. Shannon never could have loved you, and if she did, certainly doesn't love you now. And if she does still now, it only causes her pain. And it's not like anyone else would be happy of you announcing this in front of Maria and George and Jessica right here. There's no way they'd accept it. There's no way they'd care. They'd all be angry at you. They'd all start yelling at you and be all upset. And then Shannon would have to deal with the circumstance, and no matter how she feels about me, it would obviously have to be painful for her. So, yeah, no, that's a silly thing. I was such a silly person back then. I just said a silly thing. Yeah, that was forever ago. I don't even remember that. I haven't been thinking about that every single day as I read these mystery novels. You know? It's like I totally am not totally, completely in love with Shannon every fucking moment. You know, no, never. Yeah, I'm just gonna, I'm silly. You and George be happy. I'm so silly. I was a silly person as a little kid. Because admitting that he meant every bit of it. Again, he was a cowardly person that didn't even want to go back to the island to face the possibility of rejection. And of course, then he has the guilt of facing how important that was to him, that he didn't go back. So it's easier just to laugh it off, make a silly joke of it. Same way with what I started this with. How to ask someone if they have forgiven you by fondling their breasts. Not for a second did Battler think that Shannon would want him to play with her boobies. That she would let him play with her boobs, or let her fondle them. No, he expected, with 100% of his brain, that she was either going to smack him in the face, or jump backwards. Or both. Just as he eventually came, after being in his own head too much, to convince himself that everything was a 0% chance of success, that everything was a 100% chance of failure, that every worst possible situation could occur, that he would absolutely get rejected, that if he came back to Rockinjima when he turned 13 to tell Shannon that he was come back on that white horse to take her off with him, and that he loves her more than anything in the whole world, and he cherishes her, and he has these strong feelings for her, and he loves her and wants to marry her. He eventually decided, before that year even came, that it was a 100% chance that she was going to say no. So he didn't go back to the island because he was too scared of that no. He was scared of it because he couldn't think of anything more painful. The idea of her rejecting, she meant so much to him. He'd rather just not open that cat box. He'd rather just never open that cat box, because the possibility that cat was dead, that's too painful. I'd rather have Schrodinger's cat, and then we can pretend there's a chance that cat's still alive in there. Battler doesn't want to show up and open that box of telling Shannon that he loves her, and he's come back for her. Just open that box and her to say, no, I don't love you, or I decide I don't want to be with you. And he's like, oh, the cat's dead. Oh, that's... click. And of course, just as with Shannon, it ruminated in his head, and it hurt more and more every day. Almost obsessive. And then after 6 years, he finally comes back. He's like, okay, I'm finally 18. We'll test the waters. I'll show up. I mean, heck, she did care. I mean, one, if she probably didn't give a shit about that stuff, or heck, maybe she didn't like me at all, and she was just trying to, like, be non-confrontational herself. And when I didn't come back, she, like, breathed a sigh of relief, and me not coming back made her happier than ever, because she didn't want to have to reject me, because she's worried about, maybe I'd get her in trouble. Like, maybe I'd be some petty, hateful person, and she was just worried about that. Maybe she's just humoring me. Maybe we were both just 12 and we were both just stupid. I mean, granted, I still feel the same way, but there's no way she'd still feel the same way, especially about me. And I mean, she's a beautiful, amazing woman. She could find other people. Shannon would be better with anyone else than me. And of course, she's with George. She's much better. George is much better than me in every way. She's better that way. She's happier that way, right? But he comes back at 18, tests the waters, like, doesn't know, but basically it's like, okay, we'll see, like, what she says, if she brings it up, if she says anything. Is she angry at me? Is she still there? Does she still exist? Is she still alive? Is she going to be angry at me? Like, if I show up, is she going to yell at me? What is she going to say if she has a chance alone with me? Like, is she going to say anything about anything? Did she miss me? Does she love me? Did she love me? If she did love me, does she still love me? Does she hate me? And them days this, the same way Battler convinced himself with 100% certainty that she would reject him if he came back when he turned 13 to tell him he loved her and that he wanted to marry her. The same way he convinced himself that it was a 100% chance of her rejecting him there. Rather than asking her outright directly, saying, hey, are you angry about the past? Are you still angry at me? Did you love me? Do you still love me? Are you pissed at me? Are you happy I came back? Am I more than just a friend? Am I more than just, someone who lives as a part of the family that you work for? Am I just a guest, an honored guest for the family conference? Or am I something important to you personally? I have been obsessive about my own heart these past 6 years, and I don't know what's inside your heart, Shannon. And obviously, since I'm too much of a coward to come back at 13 to ask you, well, I'm too much of a coward to ask you now. But then again, I know for certain there's no way you could have forgiven me. Either you don't give a fuck at all, or if you did give a fuck, you fucking hate me for it. So either you never loved me at all, and I mean nothing to you, or you loved me, and I broke your heart, and you fucking hate me. And just as he decided that 100% chance of her rejecting him became back at 13, he decided to publicly announce that he was going to grope her tits and ask that, hey, can I go fondle your boobs? And then he leaned forward and tried to do it. At which point, just as he had convinced himself that it was a 100% chance that she'd reject him if he came back when he was 13 to tell her that he loved her, he decided it was a 1,000,000% chance that there's no way Shan would ever let him even so much as graze, just even the lightest tip-tap, patty touch of her tits, to even feel her nipples. That there's a 1,000,000,000% chance a 1,000,000,000%, not 100% chance, a 1,000,000,000% chance that she would never, ever, that even 1 in quadrillion is too high of a probability of her letting him touch her boobs, that he decided that it's absolute certainty. It's 100% chance. It's 100. It's that if I reach forward for her boobs, she's going to smack me. There's no way she'll let me touch her boobs. I'm going to reach forward like this, and she can smack me. Heck, she can have... At least that way, Heck, I've been so scared of this rejection. You know, this will be my way of asking her how she feels about things. And if she jumps back and or acts disgusted with me or slaps me, like once she smacks me in the face, you know, I can have my definitive rejection. So I don't have to worry about it anymore. And I can just close that chapter, and it can stop hurting, and I can stop thinking about Shannon and how much I love her and I miss her and how much I want to marry her and have kids with her and everything, and how I think she's the most amazing person ever, and I enjoy reading these mystery novels with her and discussing them, and I can't think of anything that would make me happier. But I know that's impossible. So I'm gonna do this, and she can smack me, and that can be the definitive rejection of it. Because after all, she smacks me, either one, she absolutely has no interest in me, never loved me at all, and finds me no attraction to me, or maybe she did love me at one point. And obviously I ruined that, and she loves someone else now. But now, you know, she smacks me, she can at least, you know, no one else will understand it. They'll just think that I was just being some weird, creepy lecher, and she smacked me for being a perv. I was just being perverted, just being a pervert, and she just smacked me for being a pervert. But in reality, I'm letting her get back at me. I'm letting her, you know, like, if she did love me, then I caused her pain. I broke her heart, and I hurt her really badly. If anything, that's revenge, justice. If anything, I can let her hurt me just a little bit to get back at me for breaking her heart. Shannon can feel at least a little bit of closure for her too. So either she never loved me at all and finds me, grows and doesn't like me like that, and she'll smack me, or she did love me and I broke her heart and she's moved on, but she still probably got hurt from that, and it gives her a chance to at least smack me for breaking her heart like I deserve. Because after all, him asking to fondle her breasts, fondling her boobs, was a way of asking Do you forgive me? Do you like me? Did you love me? Do you still love me? But I'm too cowardly and scared and nervous and anxious to say this out loud. Plus, if I ask you now, outright, it puts you in a bind. Even if you answer in a way that pleases George, and saying you don't love me, that if you show him the slightest bit of hesitation, which you probably will just because it's an unusual question, I'll just cause problems for you and George. I'll cause an argument. And I don't want to cause you any more problems than I already have. I've already caused you plenty, Shannon. So, with this, I mean, either you'll smack me for being someone you never loved at all, or you'll smack me for being someone you loved at one point when you were younger and I broke your heart, and you obviously don't love me anymore, and I don't deserve it anyway, so you'll at least be able to get me back for breaking your heart. Okay, I'm gonna lean forward and touch your boobs now, and you're gonna smack me, and we'll all have a laugh, and we can just forget about my own petty feelings. But then, as we read in episode 1, Battler started freaking out in his mind because he was like, why hasn't she slapped me yet? What's happening? Why isn't she backing away? And then he's like, why is she smiling? Why is she nodding? Why is she leaning forward with her arms behind her and her chest like she's puffing her chest out? And then he was like, oh, she's not only going to let me, but she wants me to fondle her breasts? At which point then Battler was just like really confused and was like, what's happening? I mean, obviously boobs are awesome, but this is not what I was expecting. Oh my god, gravity. I'm off balance. I'm falling forward. I can't even move my arm back. I'm gonna fall over no matter what. And I can't change anything. I can't stop moving forward. I'm off balance. One arm's already moving further forward because I balance is bad and I'm trying to catch myself, but the only thing to catch myself on is boobies. And then Jessica punches him in the face. Now, obviously, we know how that story went off, where he just played it off as silly thing. Oh, Shannon, I was just testing you to see if you could stand up for yourself. No, if someone goes to touch your boobs, you should smack them. But in actuality, he was like really confused about stuff and was like, what? But I think a better end of that should have been after Jessica punched him and he was on the ground, he should have started laughing. He should have finally, the same way Kairi let a burden go of sanity. Sometimes, like Kenpachi said, sometimes sanity is a bit boring. Sometimes it's too limiting. Sometimes being too introspective can be chains, keeping you from acting, always thinking and worrying about every possible thing that go wrong, and you're not actually taking any steps forward because you're always worried about the landmine you might step on. He should have just let go, like Super Saiyan 2 Gohan. Ha 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 ha. But he should have just laughed a bit and said, Jessica, I don't blame you at all, and damn, that's one hell of a hook. That's not fair, Jessica-chan. You're fucking just as much of a boxer as your dad, and your dad was a professional. Damn, you hit harder than Kraus must. Like, that's not fair. You're just as much of a boxer as your dad. Okay. It's like, George, I didn't really want to say anything because honestly, I'm not very good at any of this. And honestly, I'm nervous as fuck. And I'm scared and I'm a big fucking coward, George. But I'll tell you this. I don't hate you. I love my family. I'm happy to be back here on Rockinjima. And no matter what, if Shannon decides she wants to be with you, I support her fully. I want her to be happy, and I want her to make the choice she wants to make. I'm sorry if this fucks you guys over in any way, or if I cause any arguments. Heck, if you guys are either you pissed, you can yell at me. I don't want to cause any issues. If Shannon loves you and she wants to be with you, then that's her decision. I'm not going to be angry or jealous or petty about it. But I'm definitely not going to just, make a silly fool of myself and laugh this off. I'm going to tell you guys the truth. Shannon, I love you. I didn't come back when I was 13 because, one, I was 13. There's no way we could afford anything or have any legal authority to ourselves. Plus, I was too much of a coward because I was pretty sure you'd reject me. And so, I was so much in love with you, I couldn't stand how painful it would be for you to reject me. And so, I cowardly just stayed away, and the longer I stayed away, the scarier and scarier and scarier it was to come back. And then eventually, I'm 18, I came back and thought I'd tentatively just see how you'd respond. I'd imagine you'd either feel nothing or you'd be pissed at me and tell me off. Instead, everything seemed pretty chill and, we're all just hanging out, and then I see you and George being the way you are, and I'm like, oh, she moved on, that's good for her. But then I'm like, I need to ask her, I need closure on this, but I can't ask her directly, I can't ask you directly. Because I don't... So, I made a joke about wanting to play with your boobs. Don't tell me wrong, your boobs look awesome and I want to play with them. But, I was expecting you to slap me. Long before Jessica even got the chance to punch me, I expected you to instantly reject me just like I thought you would reject me if I came back when I was 13. Honestly, I still feel confused and I can't really process what happened. I'm in a state of shock. And I am just very disoriented by this, Shannon. So, I'll say this. I respect whatever decision you make, Shannon. But yeah, I'm being honest about this. Well, it's the last chance I really can. I'm going to be as direct as possible. I love you, Shannon. And if you love me too, I'll be there for you forever. But if you decide you don't love me and you love George, but this circumstance, as much as I'm worried it might, cause you problems if you love George and don't want to be with me, I can't ignore the fact that you did not respond the way I thought you were going to. I thought you were going to stone cold reject me and be very offended that I even any of that. So, if there even is the 1 in quadrillion chance that you actually do, because I'll say this, I felt there wasn't even a 1 in quadrillion chance that you would actually say yes if I came back. And part of me is worried that it would just be because you're on this island and you had no one else, and that maybe I was being predatory toward you, and it was like, it's, granted that's more excuse for my own cowardice, that I was trying to hide my own cowardice as virtue, that, saying I care about whether or not it's manipulative of you, but at that point it's just more excuse for me to run away from asking you outright, do you love me? At which point the question is this: how does Shannon, let alone George and Jessica and Maria, respond to this? You know, trying to keep to short videos because, well, yeah, if I don't make the videos very short, I just sort of keep going forever. If I stop the videos early enough, I can stop it before that locomotive picks up steam. Because even if I'm just casually reading something, I'll eventually just start wandering my mind somewhere other than what I'm reading. And then eventually, no map or GPS can get me back to where we started. And we're just going off tangent and tangent. But yeah, the main thing is this. To very, very much concise summary what we just said. Battler is saying he wanted to play with Shannon's boobs. Was not the question he was trying to ask. His question he was trying to ask was, do you forgive me? Do you like me? Do you love me? Do you want me? And she gave him a resounding, yes, I forgive you. It's just he never expected that as an answer. But yeah. That's the thing. The real question he was asking was, do you forgive me, Shannon? Do you love me? Do you accept me? Do you like me? Do you find me attractive? Do you want me? Do you still want me to fulfill that promise, even though it's 5 years late? Even though I've made you wait a total of 6 years? And I've caused you a lot of pain to where your heart probably cried you to sleep so many nights. Do you forgive me? Do you love me? Do you give to me not only your boobies, but also the heart that's underneath those boobs? Because outwardly I asked to play with your boobs. But between you and me, we both know the real question. I'm trying to see, am I in the heart that's in that chest? Does that heart welcome me or does it reject me? And Battler asked that question, thinking that rejection was absolutely guaranteed. The last thing he ever expected was love, acceptance, and jiggle physics. I'm going to end the video. I hope whoever listened to this enjoyed listening to whatever the fuck it is I am. As tsundere as I am, I do appreciate anyone who listened to this. And I hope everyone out there has all the hugs and head pats you could ever want or need. I hope you all have a good day. Thanks for listening. Bye.